all chapter event, a key part of the ongoing IAF Global Conference on Space Exploration in New Delhi, India. Glex 2025 is dedicated to encouraging international collaboration in space exploration through the sharing of programmatic, technical, and policy details, working together on solutions, addressing challenges, learning from past experiences, and shaping the future together.
Let us now welcome Dr. Ramesh Sonti, Director ICGEB, to begin our proceedings with his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this whole day event where we are now trying to enthuse our young researchers in this emerging field of space biotechnology. So for this particular event in the morning, we are very thankful that we have 3 distinguished astronauts who are here to interact and share with us their experiences of space travel. I mean, in a very short discussion we had this morning, we had a glimpse of the challenges, the physical as well as mental challenges involved in space travel. And we would like the young children to, the young students to know about this, the kind of research that is needed to help our astronauts cope with the rigors of space travel. So for this particular purpose, we really thank Mr. Rakesh Sharma, Gopichand Thotakura, and Ajit Krishnan for coming here to share their experiences and enthuse our young researchers. Then we thank Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, for coming here. They have actually made space biotechnology, the Department of Biotechnology and Government of India have made space biotechnology one of the important verticals of the newly launched BioE3, Biology for Environment, Economy, and Employment, that has been launched by our government. So this is a very important area in which India hopes to take great strides forward in this technology, and DBT is going to, DBT in collaboration with Isro are actually going to spearhead these initiatives. So we want our young people to actually get interested and engaged, and that's why we are very thankful for the International Astronaut chapter. And on their behalf, you are three of you coming here and being with us. Thank you. And Dr. Gokhale for his presence, and senior representatives from ISRO who are here to actually give ISRO's perspective in the field of space biomanufacturing, because the morning session is about the interaction with users, and the afternoon session we have a more subject-oriented colloquium on space biotechnology, where Indian researchers who are sending experiments into the space station very soon, they will talk about the challenges that are involved in designing experiments to be conducted in the confined location of the International Space Station. So that's one session. Then there are companies in India that are actually now getting involved in making equipment for us to be able to conduct experiments in space. We are going to hear from them. And we are going to hear from experienced researchers at NASA and the European Space Agency, people who have already started initiating biomanufacturing. They'll be talking about their experience in the afternoon. So it's a whole day event, beginning with your primer to get people boosted. And in the afternoon, we'll hope that you've made them receptive to be able to take in the other more subject-specific matter. And I thank all the faculty and researchers from the National Institute of Immunology, from the Regional Center for Biotechnology, from the National Institute of Plant Genome Research, Translational Health Science Technology Institute of India, and my own colleagues and students from the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. Thank you all for being here. We welcome you and greatly appreciate your presence at this very exciting event. We look forward to a whole day of really exciting interactions and discussions. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your welcoming address. It is with great pleasure that we now invite Shri Hanumantre Baluragi, Director, Human Space Project, ISRO, to provide his remarks regarding the Glex Astronaut chapter event.
Very good morning. Most respected Rakesh sir, Gokhale sir, Ramesh sir. Indeed, would like to thank Department of Biotechnology for accepting our request of organizing this astronaut chapter today here as part of Glex 2025. This marks an important event at the juncture of when India is having very clear vision of short-term human space program as well as long-term human space program through Gaganyaan program, through Bharatiya Antarik Station, then ultimately our Indian landing on moon by 2040. So this is our guiding vision. And at ISRO, we are developing various technologies in different phases. And these will be providing a lot of opportunities for researchers, academicians, and this also develops an asset for the country. Coming to the point of our collaboration with DBT, we already have established MOU between ISRO and DBT for undertaking advanced research activities in space biomanufacturing. In fact, few of the experiments that we are going to carry out in forthcoming AXPOR missions, they are majoritarily from DBT. So this is a very good beginning and a lot of opportunities for us to collaborate near future as well as long-term activities. Some of the niche areas, especially in the area of regenerative systems, where we need to optimally utilize the available resources on the space station. So for which a lot of new technology have to be generated. This brings a lot of opportunities for Indian research community, and it is up to us to dream those technologies in advance and develop over the time. And by 2035, when we have an operational Bharatiya Antarik Station, we are already have a great ecosystem in the country in the area of biotechnology and biomanufacturing. With these few words, let me thank again ICGB for taking this initiative and supporting us organizing this chapter. Let me also welcome all of you and also thank all the directors of various DBT centers for this event. Thank you so much.
Now, we would like to invite Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary of the Department of Biotechnology and Director General BRIC, to provide his remark on the importance of space biotechnology and its future outlook. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar and good morning to all of you. I'm sure all of you are not waiting for me to listen to me today here. And so I'm not going to be really spending much time on talking about deep science or actual stuff. It's really the people who are here whom we are all excited about. In fact, I have a visual memory of Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma talking to our previous Prime Minister on TV, and I cannot forget that, sir. What you had given inspiration to all of us at that young age. It's absolutely astounding and amazing. Your few words of Sare Jahan Se Acha Hindustan Mara still reverberates. There were no YouTubes at that time, but you can see that clip even on the YouTube. Even now, it's available right now for younger generations to see. So I think it's that kind of opportunity today, really. You know, space is really the future frontier of what life can expand and grow and bring in absolutely stunning opportunities for us, for ecosystem to grow. And I think one of the key aspects of this is the biotechnological perspective of human health, sustainability, the challenges that our whole entire world is facing of climate change, excess material consumption and waste generation. And this is imminent, right? It's going to happen. We know it is going to happen. It's going to catch up with us one day. The amount of activities that we do is quite amazing these days, actually. And I think everywhere there is a challenges and there are opportunities. And I believe space and biotechnology are two contexts where there is huge opportunities for younger generation to aspire to really make their careers for the future of the countries and future of the world. I think as you would all realize, living in space brings in completely different human health challenges. And we've kind of heard about it. We've recently with several issues that have happened in terms of Sunita Williams having stuck up in the space station, and how, what kind of impact is having in human health. But at the same time, sustainable life support systems is also very, very critical for it to maintain, actually. And that's where I'm really happy that, we were able to do this MOU with ISRO for taking up this important challenges. As sir, you were rightly saying, talking about it, that we need to bring together the new technologies and come together in a consortium mode so that we make ourselves, with a very small workforce, scientific workforce in our country is not as big as US actually. And so how do we really integrate and bring together our best such that we make things happen in a way that is useful, that is technologically advanced, and that also brings value to the economic of the country so that it continues to fund back into the system. Because financial models are the one that drives every activity in human endeavors. Because if you don't have money to spend, if you don't have money to invest, you don't have money to create, you don't have funds to make, you cannot grow the technology sector, actually. The technology sector, like, for example, we were just talking about some of the opportunities that we have in biomanufacturing. For example, the spent fuel problem, actually. The amount of spent fuel that every liftoff takes up, actually, you don't know what to do with the spent fuel. That's just lying in ISRO stations, actually, and so can we find ways of converting into useful product? Because it's a used activities, but you can use various technological perspective that can really change those kind of scenarios. So there are small things, but exciting opportunities and exciting programs and projects that you can come and think of. And I'm sure, you will find this the most exciting session of your lifetime, that this is a great opportunity for all of you to hear from people who have done absolutely stunning things in their lives. So thank you very much. I won't take any more time, but I thank ICGB Director, thank ISRO, my colleague V. Narayananji, who is not here. He was there yesterday with you, actually. And also all the directors of DBT institution, ICGB faculties, and younger students and enthusiasts, I think. I think the space and biotechnology enthusiasm is what will drive our country's economy and future of the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights. आकाश की ऊंचाइयों से आगे भी एक दुनिया है. The sky is not the limit. Ever gazed at the night sky and felt a pull beyond the stars? That same cosmic curiosity drives us to explore space. Epic journeys fueled by wonder, pushing the limits of what humanity can achieve. From the moon to Mars, from satellites to space stations, space missions are our way of saying, we are not done exploring yet.
But space is not easy. Extreme temperatures, silence, deadly radiation, and vast distances challenge both machines and humans. Even a tiny piece of debris can be catastrophic, and communicating with distant probes can take hours. And let's not forget, space exploration is expensive and demands precision, innovation, and courage.
Missions come in all forms. Robotic explorers like satellites and interplanetary probes to crewed missions that test the endurance of astronauts. Suborbital hops, orbital studies, deep space mission. Each one adds a chapter to our cosmic story.
From the earlier Soviet and American missions to the historic Apollo moon landing, we have come a long way. The International Space Station and collaborations like Apollo-Soyuz show how powerful we are when we work together. India too shines bright, from Rakesh Sharma's proud Sare Jahan Se Acha movement to the ambitious Gaganyaan program and contributions of Indian origin scientists across global missions.
Space missions reflect our greatest strengths: imagination, unity, and the relentless quest to know more. All right, let's get this session rolling. We are thrilled to have our distinguished guest with us. To kick things off and guide our discussion, please join me in welcoming to the podium Dr. Snehlata Singla Parikh, Group Leader, ICGEB, who will be moderating our session. Welcome, Dr. Snehlata. Dr. Sneh Parikh, a senior scientist and leader of the Plant Stress Biology Group at ICGEB New Delhi, holds a PhD in plant molecular biology and completed postdoctoral work at Cornell University. With over 3 decades of experience, her research focuses on enhancing plant resilience to environmental stresses, including exploring the sustainable food production for space. Her significant contributions have been recognized through several prestigious awards and fellowships.
Now, let's give a warm welcome to the stage to a true Indian icon, Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, and I would request Dr. Sneh to welcome him with a flower of bouquet. Hailing from Patiala, he became an Indian Air Force officer in 1970 after attending Nizam College and the National Defense Academy, showcasing his MiG-21 flying expertise, including service in the 1971 war. Then come his incredible moment in 1984 when he made history as the first Indian to travel to space. He spent nearly 8 days aboard the Soviet Union's Soyuz T-11 spacecraft, working at the Salyut 7 space station. During a famous conversation with India's Prime Minister Indira Gandhi, he touchingly described India as "Sari jahan se acha," better than the whole world. When he returned to Earth, he was celebrated as a hero of the Soviet Union and received India's highest peacetime gallantry award, the Ashok Chakra. After a remarkable career in the Indian Air Force and some time working at Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Wing Commander Sharma retired from flying in 2001. Even today, he continues to contribute to India's space program by serving on the Advisory Council of the Indian Space Research Organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Gaganyatri Group Captain, Astronaut Ajit Krishnan, to the stage. Astronaut Ajit Krishnan, born in Chennai on April 19, 1982, is an Indian Air Force test pilot chosen for the India's 2026 Gaganyaan crewed mission.
Thank you, ma'am.
A National Defense Academy and Air Force Academy graduate, President's Gold Medal Sword of Honor, he joined the IAF fighter stream in 2003. With around 2,900 flight hours across various aircraft, he is a former flying instructor and a test pilot. A Defense Services Staff College alumnus, Krishna's selection highlights his expertise in India's human spaceflight endeavors.
Now, let's extend a huge welcome to a true pioneer in space tourism, astronaut Gopi Chand Thotakura. I would request Dr. Sneh Lata Parikh to present astronaut Thotakura with a bouquet of flowers. From a lifelong fascination with flying fueled by degrees in aviation management and aeronautical science and a wealth of experience piloting everything from medical jets to more, his journey to space is truly remarkable. Adding to his impressive achievements, he is also a successful entrepreneur, co-founding Preserve Life Corporation. Then came the incredible milestone on May 19, 2024, when he soared beyond Earth's atmosphere on Blue Origin NS-25 mission, making history as the first Indian space tourist. This achievement not only fulfills a personal dream, but also represents a giant leap towards space accessible to more people and igniting the dreams of future generations.
Now, we would like to hand over the session to our moderator, Dr. Sneh Parikh, for further proceedings.
And a heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished guests here. It's truly an honor for all of us that you are here with us today. So today we are in the presence of our history makers, I would say, the first Indian to venture into space, the first, the foreign Gaganyaan Yatri, and the first one to go in a Blue Origin commercial flight. So all of this, and these all three people or guests represent powerful symbol of how humanity is very relentless in the quest of finding about the unknown. So as we begin this interactive session, we are thrilled to take you on a journey into the fascinating world of space exploration, guided by the people who have really experienced it firsthand. So let's start with a moment that changes everything. What it feels like to leave the gravity behind. So my first question is addressed to you, sir. Our bodies are so used to, the Earth's gravity. But when astronauts go to space, the feeling of gravity disappears. So can you explain what this weightlessness feels like and how you navigate in that weightless world?
Yeah. You can never train enough to be in zero gravity because it's physically not possible to replicate zero gravity for time greater than about 25 seconds. And that is done in an aeroplane to give you a sense of what you're going to expect. And that's about all the training all of us have had before we actually experienced zero gravity. So the impact zero gravity creates is twofold. One is, of course, from a personal self. Everything becomes easier. For example, you don't, weights don't mean anything. You just got to lift this table with a finger. You can do that because nothing weighs anything. Yes. And to travel in zero gravity, you just need to push the wall and then you go flying like Superman to the other side. Only thing is that it has to be a calibrated push because there's metal on the other side. And that's what happens if you're not if you haven't calibrated your push. So you've got to make sure that you don't hurt yourselves. On the second level, physiological changes also happen because our bodies are made to be in gravity. So those physiological changes are, about with your blood flow, with there's too much of blood which goes up to the upper extremity of your body because the heart is used to pumping against gravity when you're on Earth. And suddenly you remove gravity out of the equation and the heart, nobody's informed the heart that you're in space. So it carries on its own job and you end up with too much of a good thing. But again, the human body is such a wonderful closed loop system that it sends a feedback signal and then your heart rate slows down. So it's a question of adaptation from the physiological angle. And of course, it's pleasurable. It's a great place to visit, you'll agree, but a difficult place to work in. So because everything else is flying around and especially precision work, you've got to make sure that whatever you can achieve on Earth in half an hour, I think it takes twice or thrice the time to do that in space because everything has to be done sequentially. You want to assemble something, it takes some water, you got to make sure that you put the glass under the elastic strap, otherwise it flies away. So, of course, you don't use a glass, but these are the differences.
I would say. So continuing on zero gravity, how astronauts manage to, do everyday tasks like sleeping or eating?
Yeah, sleeping, if you've never had a problem to sleep on Earth, you won't have a problem sleeping in space. Only thing is, as I've explained, due to the lack of gravity, you need to zip yourself up in a sleeping bag. Just make sure that you tie the bag with some metallic element on the side, otherwise you and the bag will continue to float around the space station. So there's no problem about that.
So another curiosity, what kind of foods do you have in space? Like, do you miss anything very delicious from the Earth that's not available out there?
Oh, butter chicken is not available.
Butter chicken is available nowadays.
Is it?
Yes.
So he's a lucky man.
We have DFRL and Defense Food Research Laboratory at Mysore, and the platter that they presented to us now, sir, it is better than a 5-star buffet. We have everything, but it's like pasty.
Right. Well, I've always said that I was born too early. I don't get to enjoy anything, what he's talking about. But yes, even in our case, the Defense Food Research Laboratory in Mysore, they were tasked to make some stuff, and the Soviets at that time, during our training phase, they kept us on space food, which was essentially the same thing, but in tins and packets and stuff. So they had a pretty good idea exactly what I, as a crew member, like. So there were 70 dishes to choose from, because at that time the Soviets were busy establishing world records for long duration space flights. So it was good for the mental health of the other crews, but we got the benefit of it.
So maybe our audience would like to hear one more thing. Does the food smell the same? Because it's true for Ajit Krishnan also, he can enjoy butter chicken there, or it would taste something different?
Well, actually, that's a good question. The point is we got so little time to have the meals that we just busied ourselves in opening those cans and finishing it before the next task. The smelling of the food, never thought about it actually. Didn't it?
But eating
Yes,
must be a
yes,
big adventure.
that was a greater priority.
Yeah. So now we thank you, sir, for your fascinating answers. Now we explore something truly fascinating: how space affects our senses, especially smell and taste. Let's hear from our next panelist, astronaut Ajit Krishnan, that what personal and scientific goals are you most excited about to pursue during India's, space flight Gaganyaan mission?
Well, first of all, I would like to, I have goosebumps seeing so many eager faces looking at me. So it's like they expect words of wisdom to come out, and I don't have so many with me. So I don't think so much about my own personal goals or goals of the country. It's like I've been given a task to do, and I just do it properly is what I'm looking forward to. So whatever comes my way, and I'll learn it well and I'll execute it well. That is what I'm looking forward to. So actually speaking, I don't have really any personal goals or country goals that I'm looking to achieve or tick there. Probably, yeah, I've flown, the highest that I have flown is a fighter aeroplane Sukhoi at 17.5 kilometers. I am curious that if I fly higher, how much more rounder does the earth look? So I worked it out on graph and the angles, that is all is my personal goal there.
If you ask him the same question after his flight, he'll have a different
will have a
answer.
different, more
he's
concrete answer.
he's going to give a more complete answer
We agree.
since he would have actually
We agree.
experienced it.
Especially as a part of such historic mission?
All right, ma'am. As far as the training goes, the training that we had before joining ISRO at the Air Force had a major role to play in our being here itself. Like we trained to fly machines, cockpits which were really complex, and we trained to react to situations after having prepared for them many number of times on the ground. We trained to be methodical in our approach to tackle problems that happen there. We trained to be more aware of what is happening around us, so that we can take our reactions and our actions are an amalgamation of whatever is happening around us, rather than just a knee-jerk reaction. So this was the training that we got at the Air Force. Also, the other kind of training at Air Force was we got to use radio sets in that environment. We know how to use a radio set. We know how high G feels, and we know how a confined cockpit feels. When we come to ISRO now, what is going to happen in space is what we try to replicate on ground, and we break it down into small pieces. Like, okay, you need to be technically sound. So we taught about how the entire system, and we taught in depth of how the systems work there. So if then there is something that we need to do with the system when we are out there, since we are so well prepared on ground, we don't have to really think a lot about, and we've read about it and we know what has to be done. So we are always well prepared to do that. So that was about the technical stuff. Now coming to how are we psychologically prepared for it. Firstly, we are physically kept fit by our training. So we have this physical training regime which keeps us physically and mentally prepared for what we are going to expect there. Then we have a lot of simulator training on ground.
Yeah.
So that simulates, we try to mimic the environment that we are likely to see there. The tasks that we are likely to be doing there, we mimic them on ground. So once again, we are well prepared for whatever is going to happen there. And if something doesn't go as planned there, I think that this training is good enough to allow us to use our minds and find a way out. The other thing is living in a closed environment with a small group of people and whom you need to interact with continuously, and who are all really very busy with their work. So that is the psychological kind of training. Try to put yourself in my shoes, and where you have to work with 4 guys for a very long time in the same classroom. There is a sense of competition, and there is a sense you need to be aware and not get like too worked up with this competition. They still need to have that kind of presence of mind or balance of mind that first you need to help others and then you need to look after yourself. So all these things you need to keep working on, and that the training prepares us for psychologically.
Thank you for sharing your insights regarding the training that has to be taken before the space flight. So my next question to you again is, what message would you like to give to young Indians who are sitting in the audience who dream of becoming astronauts or working in space science?
All right, man. So right now we have missions in ISRO from the Chandrayaan series, the Aditya L1, and we have now missions lined up, probably missions to Venus as well. So it all seems very extraordinary. So that we feel that we need to do something really extraordinary, something really big, something really difficult, and can I do it, and how will I go ahead and do it? So I think that to the young people out here, I don't think you really need to do big things. What you need to do is do the small things right. Like when you get up in the morning, brush your teeth well, make your bed well, and you just keep doing the small things right, be at the right time in the right place, keep yourself busy, don't be idle. So that's all is what I think. If you follow this mantra with you, and you will be able to achieve whatever you want to do. So that's what I would like to tell
So
you.
mantra is discipline.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So as we continue our insightful discussion, let's explore the awe-inspiring experience of looking at our planet from space. Let's now hear from astronaut Gopichan Thotakura. Mr. Gopichan, we see breathtaking images of Earth from space, but experiencing this view firsthand, it must be an entirely different, feeling. So what was your initial reaction when you saw our planet from that afar in the space?
No, and this question should be geared to Rakesh sir, because he spent so much more time looking at the Earth. But I would definitely say that it's something like you've never experienced. And I was talking to some of the directors here earlier that, and I don't know if sir will agree with me, but it's not the blue that you see on your table, or it's not the blue that you see in the movies in Pixar. It's a very pale blue. It's a very beautiful pale blue dot is what I like to call it. Because, I was mentioning earlier today that sometimes you pick up the phone and we say you're in the US or you're in India or you're in Karnataka, and you tell your mom and dad that you're far from home. But this time I really felt like I was far from home. It was... Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Audible?
Can you guys hear me? So, I really felt like I was pretty far from home. It was not that easy to be like, okay, let's get on the plane and get back home. It felt like a good distance. But to answer your question, and this is to go a little back off of what both these inspiring, amazing, people have just mentioned, is the little things in life that matter. And I genuinely felt like that mattered more than anything else that we had ever prepared for, whether if it's in college or if it's in school or doing something like this, right? Because I looked back, and when I was looking back, I mentioned that I saw the America, and then you saw the Atlantic Ocean, you saw Europe in the far distance. Then I realized that it could be Delhi, or it could be New York City, or it could be with Blue Origin, or with anybody else. You as an individual can make a lot of impact or difference in this room, in this country, or anywhere else. But when I was up there, no matter how much disturbance that you make here in the room or larger, you know how much it mattered to me from there? Not even that much. It didn't matter even that much. I don't know if I should say this. I'm not a political guy, definitely, but whether if it's Donald Trump or whether it's other countries who are putting tariff wars, even from there, it didn't matter that much to me. So if we remember this as a small insight to what Ajit sir said, when you wake up in the morning, I always tell people that you should make your bed. And the reason I say that is because if you make your bed, that is one task that you have completed before you left your room. That is your first task of the day that you have completed. So you give yourself a boost to do the next task before you even exited your domicile, which is sleeping in your own bed. Likewise, from up there, when I realized that in our day-to-day life, in this room, outside the room, in the cafeteria, at work, in school, we disagree with people. It's innate, it's human nature to disagree, little or larger. But no matter how much you disagree, how much did it matter to me from up there? Absolutely nothing. If we remember this tomorrow, we will disagree a little less, and then the next day a little more less, and there will be a day that comes when you might not disagree, but you might think before you disagree. And I think that is more important.
To look at the things. Yes.
There's no borders, there's
One of the few people to ever travel on a Blue Origin commercial flight, how would you describe the journey and what were the most memorable aspects of it?
I've been very inspired by Rakesh sir from a very long time. How he went in Sare Jahan, like you mentioned. Looking, and I feel that at some point in our life as Indians, and I'm Indian, for all those who don't think I'm Indian, I'm Indian. I have an Indian passport and I still live in India. But I believe that somewhere, I don't know if this is true in this generation now, but I feel at some point we all want to be a pilot. Everybody at some point goes through that phase. You're like, I want to fly. It's just because you look up at the sky and you wonder why. And you just say you want to fly. But then down the road, either the family or everything else that affects that factor is lost until you have someone like this who totally changes the dynamic and goes to the ISS and spends 8 days there. But I felt that on Blue Origin, it was such a unique experience that it's just not describable. And we can go on and on forever, but to sit on a rocket 100 feet tall with liquid hydrogen pumped and fueled, giving you all the training in the world to be ready to egress in case some leak happened, and then you're just wondering, what did I do to get here? Where did I go wrong to be sitting in this seat today? And then you wonder, it's all the little things that you do in life that Ajit sir mentioned. It's the little things that you do in life to be at the right place at the right time. You don't have to be the who is who. You don't have to be the what is what. You just have to be you. And if you can remember that, then I think that you will get to any Blue Origin or Axiom and Virgin and everything else. So
That must be very courageous to be, going tourist in space. Yeah. So actually, what inspired your interest in the space tourism, and what do you envision for its future as the industry evolves?
I don't know what inspired me, but I'll tell you what did not inspire me is how Blue Origin was doing missions. I hope this is not live. I don't work for Blue Origin, so it doesn't matter. But how in 2021, when the pandemic hit and Jeff Bezos went to space, I was interacting with some individuals, and they were now planning to put countries of individuals who don't have a human space flight program yet. And we were one of them in 2021. And they had chosen the first Mexican, the first Portuguese, the first Vietnamese. I said, "Humne kya kiya?" I said, "Why not Indian?" I just genuinely asked the question, and they said that yeah, and that yeah never actually came to life. It was always a yeah. But this individual who I won't name publicly, for his misfortune, sat next to me at the annual dinner next year again. And then I was like, "Well, you're very successful, and Blue Origin is going here and there, and etc." And he's like, "What did we do? Like, why can't you pick an Indian to go to space? Why not?" And he's like, yeah. I said, "You know what? I don't believe your yeah anymore." And I think he took it very personally to heart, and he said that no, we'll definitely do it. And it was more of the idea for when I was a medical pilot, and we did a lot of missions for the UN and a lot of people around the world, rescuing people, organs, living, etc. And we would go to some universities and colleges and try to inspire people to be pilots. What I realized is that, and I was going to ask this question here, how many of you wanted to be an astronaut before you realized that we were coming here? Be honest. 1. Okay, 4. There are 5, 6. How many of you want to be an astronaut now that you've seen Rakesh sir in the room? Be very honest. Few more, right?
Few more.
This is the reason why. The reason was, when I used to go on tours, I would genuinely ask people, how many of you want to be a pilot? You would somewhere in the far background see someone be like, maybe. Generally your doctor, lawyer, politician, everything else comes into the play. But the pilot is not there. And forget you ask, astronaut to gone, not in the far reaches. Sir told something yesterday, we were going on the escalator, and then there was kids running around to come and see him. And he's like, people have forgotten me. I was like, absolutely in your world, not for the rest of us. I said, it's not true. And it won't be true, because I believe that, and not to put ISRO on the spot here, with the budget that ISRO has to do what they're doing in our planet today, you would be shocked to see the who's who of the world, and I really mean the who is who are jealous, who want to be Indian, and who want the Indian mind in their company. Because of what ISRO is doing, can you imagine what happens if they got the budgets of some of these other nations?
Sure.
The world would be your platform.
So very, curious question. When you were in the capsule up there, so did you had a chance to peep out of the window, and what did you see?
You have to. Every NASA astronaut and everyone that I spoke to, they only gave me one advice. I said, don't look inside. They said, look outside. And on one side of it, and Rakesh will tell you this, on one side of it you see the galaxy. On the other side you see the Earth. But then when you see the Earth and you look a little away on the other side, you really realize how black it is.
Oh.
What, sir? You really realize how black it is, and then you realize that, I told you, right, how much do you matter? Absolutely nothing. So yeah, we have to look outside. If you don't look outside, then the purpose of the mission is lost. So.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that lovely feeling. So we will now explore into the human dimension of space travel, the challenges, the driving forces of the astronauts who journey beyond Earth. So now my next question is to Rakesh sir, that we often hear about how demanding astronaut training is. What were the critical skills that you had to develop before traveling to space? I'm sure too much.
Well, I was supposed to talk. Okay, can you hear me, guys? No?
They can.
So basically the training is, again, firstly is the tech subject. So you've got to learn on what is what in the vehicle you will be using to go into space and return from. So that is one aspect of it. And obviously, as has been explained, that these are complex systems, and not every time do they work together. And frankly speaking, one of my heroes is John Young, the guy who flew the space shuttle for the first time. He was a very undemonstrative test pilot, never let his emotions show. But after landing, he went around the space shuttle pumping his fists. So the media asked him, you know, you're so low-key, but what was that after you finished your space shuttle flight? He said, you know, I was wondering that there are more than 30,000 components in the space shuttle, and each component was bought from the lowest bidder, government. Okay. And they work together, you know, so that's what I was saying. This is amazing, absolutely. So a lot depends on chance, and that is what you're training for. It's very easy for pilots, actually, because they have gotten used to this roulette game. It could be your day, it could be a bad day at the office. You just take it in your stride.
Yeah.
But the end point is that if you do not have anything under your control, there's no point worrying about it. So you can focus fully on the job that you've been given, as Ajit has just said. So we do a lot of simulator work, do a lot of physical work, because during the launch, the accelerations are so high that the G-forces are acting from chest to spine. So therefore, what happens is that the chest gets pushed towards the spine. So there is no place for your lungs to expand. So you just expand your upper body and lock your pectoral muscles to create that space for the lungs to expand and you can breathe. So you're going to learn this new way of breathing. So you're going to get adjusted to these kind of forces which you're going to experience. Of course, like he said that in fighter aircraft, we know what G is. Yeah, we know what G is, but it doesn't last for very long.
Yes, that's right.
During a transit into near Earth orbit, we took about 520 seconds to reach from 0 to 7 kilometers per second. So you can, the physics people can calculate the rate of acceleration. So it's a fair amount of acceleration. So you practice for that. Then you practice for the way blood rushes to your head by actually lying on a tilt table with your head down and your feet up. So you're training your systems as to what to expect. So there's a technical aspect, and there is again a space medical aspect which you train for. So these are the, but the thing is, if you've been one of those, shall we say, person who's fond of sport and who's lived his life outdoors most of the time, it's a cakewalk because you're made to swim, you're made to play tennis, you're made to, as soon as you go for training, they map your parameters. Those are the baseline. And so they're able to tailor your physical improvement plan, and they know where you need to be before your launch. So it's a very graded system. So again, it depends how you look at it. So simulator work, we are used to simulators. G-forces, we are used to G-forces. So it's different for a pilot. But he'll probably be able to answer Gopi, because although he's been a pilot, so how was it different? Because I have no idea of how the West trains.
Okay.
My experience is only the way the Russians train.
Yeah.
I'm sure yours is better. I'll tell you. But I think the biggest one that Sir said is absolutely bang on, is that you get all this training on the ground, and I don't know how it was, I'm just going to say 1 or 2 decades ago, so when he went up, but I know, I didn't specify, so you can't catch me on that. But I think there's a mental aspect of training that they don't focus on, even today in the West. Now, yes, NASA definitely focus on it, but back in the day, I'm sure they didn't, give you emphasis on what is your emotions when the rocket goes off and you're accelerating, you're turning, you're tilting, you're holding on to the seat, not knowing what's happening. Yeah, the simulator, you can do it 40 times. But then, we did so many simulations. After sometimes you're like, stop giving simulations, just send us to space now. We want to go and come back. But when you're actually in the rocket, it's very different than anything else you've witnessed. It's like deja vu. You're like, is this really happening? And then it happens and you come back and then you're like, wait, did it already happen? I want to go back. So it's one of those things where I think there's a big mental component in that which is not trained. They just innately understand that till today, whoever is picked is Air Force, they have extensive training of being armed forces, that they don't need the mental strength. But anybody else you pick who's not, forget Air Force, forget pilot. Johnny you pick up from the road. You can't just tell him to sit on a rocket and go. He's going to go there and he's going to start crying, or he might throw a fit, looking back at the earth saying that I want to go back. He can't even come back as soon as he wants to. So I believe there's a big mental aspect. The physical one, we do the regular, like you said, 0G, the parabolic flight. We do the little training here and there, but nothing significant.
I don't know whether I've answered your
Yeah,
question
yeah,
fully.
absolutely. Thank you for sharing your personal experiences in that regard.
I have something to add.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So in the Air Force, the last set of exams that you give, written exams and vivas and all, is at the age of 37, 38. At that age, you stop giving exams. I had reached just that age when I didn't have to give any more exams, and I ended up in ISRO. Once again, exams started. So lots of exams. So life is full of exams now.
That must be challenging, I would say.
Yeah, I joined the services because I said no more studies.
Mathematics once again.
I haven't stopped studying.
In fact, last evening, I remember 35 years back, I gave my last exam. Coming back to you again. So when you described how India looked from space with your iconic words, "Sare jahan se acha," it stirred a profound sense of national pride across the country. So could you take us back to the powerful moment? What thoughts and emotion were there in your mind upon seeing our country for the first time from above?
Yeah. So, like everybody else, when you go up, the first thing you do is have a look at your own country, because that's
Yes.
the connect.
Yes.
But after a while, you start seeing the planet as a whole.
Yeah.
So, but when you were flying over, which one is working? Both?
Both are
Together? Yeah? Okay. So when you're flying, our orbit was inclined about 51 degrees or so to the equator. So the flight path was from, say, southwest to the northeast. So as we were approaching, and if you were looking down through the porthole which is below, you can see the beautiful blue ocean. And as you're coming closer to the coastal areas, there is a change in the shade. There's a different tint of blue till you come to the coastline. So we have a very well-defined and a very long coastline. So you see that coastline clearly defined. Close to that, the Western Ghats, so it becomes green again. Go further towards the northeast, you're going across the plateaus, which becomes brown, the Deccan Plateau. Going further on, there's Madhya Pradesh, and then again the Gangetic Plain, which becomes green absolutely. And there are those rivers. And if you want to look at that time, to the left, you see the deserts of Rajasthan, which look golden from there.
Wow.
And before you leave India, there are the Himalayas, which from those heights, they look purple actually, because sunlight cannot go deep into those valleys. So all in all, it's a very pictorial sight, different textures, different colors. And as regards what came to me at that time, because as a student, when I was a student, we used to sing Sare Jahan Se Acha all the while after the national anthem. So it somehow, it did look beautiful from space. India did.
Thank you for sharing that incredible insights regarding how you view our Earth or our country from space. So now, as we continue the discussion, we'll now explore the psychological journey of spaceflight, where remoteness actually and isolation meet intense teamwork. So let's hear from astronaut Ajit Krishnan how he would strike a balance between during his future mission. So how would you cope with the sense of isolation from your planet and loved ones, and while you are also navigating the challenges of living in such close quarters with your crewmates?
Okay, so before we joined the space program, ISRO already solved this problem for us. What they did is, they put us into an isolation chamber. That is the three of us, me, Angad and Shuks, into a small, I would say 8 feet by 5 feet by around 8 feet room. That was the size of the room with 2 bunk beds. Okay, so, and it was an artificial, there were no windows, there was no clock inside, and there was a air revitalization system inside. So this was, and they kept us here, isolated from rest of the world, where we can't hear, can't see anything else. We have no sense of time, and where everybody else is but able to look at you. So that is how ISRO decided to train us for isolation or test us for isolation. So I was coming from a very busy Air Force base to here. So the first day was bliss. I said, suddenly there is no work, there are no phone calls. So they realized that it is going to be very easy if we just leave them like that. So then they started giving a lot of work. Now when you are isolated and then there is a lot of work, it doesn't seem isolated anymore because you are busy. You don't have time now to think about that you are alone and you are all, because you have your work to do and you keep busy with that. So that feeling of isolation thereafter was never there. Once there was lots of work, and then you're feeling that you're running behind time. Work is catching up. I don't think isolation is then there anymore. The other thing is psychological, wherein now you are with a group of a team and you need to perform. And now is when you start feeling, am I performing well enough? Is he performing better than me? Or so that kind of feeling there at that time, that is what is you have to guard against and not let it get over you and overwhelm you. You just have to keep doing your work. So that is the psychological aspect of it is what I would say.
Sure. Thank you for that. And we know that space missions are often bring together astronauts from different countries, different cultures. So how do you think the international collaborations would actually enhance this teamwork and contribute to more synergistic outcomes from space?
We have live examples here. Rakesh sir went up with the erstwhile Soviet. So he has so many Soviet friends there. When I went there at Moscow when we were training, some of the instructors that trained Rakesh sir trained us as well. So they were still there. And Gopi went up in Blue Origin. And in my journey so long, I have met so many astronauts from different countries, different walks of life, who speak different languages, who follow different, who have a different culture. And I realized that space is an expensive place to be in, and the nature of the beast itself is the craft that you are in has to travel over the entire world, and you need ground stations. You can't have ground stations in your country which will cover the entire world, right? You need the ability to rescue an astronaut who gets into trouble over any country, I would say. So there is no other way other than being collaborative in space. So you can't, this is very different from other things where you can be secretive, where you say that I won't share what I know. But here if you do that, it is at your own peril. So collaboration is the thing here and there is no other way out, is what I would say.
If I may add,
Sure.
Apollo 13, when it was in trouble, even Russia offered help to America. And this was at the height of the Cold War.
Yeah.
So when the chips are down, somehow we all come together.
Yes.
And if you can do that, then if you're confined in the same metallic cylinder for a long period of time, you know that everybody's well-being depends on everybody else's effort. So you don't become an impediment, you become a facilitator.
So that's so good to hear that we actually internationally collaborate with each other. Maybe not at all stages, but at the critical stage. Yeah.
Only the approach to technical matters are going to be different because of cultural issues, and that's something which at least I experienced. The way we think in technical terms, the way we would handle an emergency, at least I don't know whether it's true in the American system, but the Russian system was that you have to be very rigid. Whatever is in the book, you cannot go out of that. So we had a situation in during my return where doing something out of the book would have helped much more. So I had suggested that, but I was not allowed to do that. But I'm sure if I was in our own, in ISRO,
Yes.
like you would be,
Yeah.
you'll be given that.
You would be heard
yes.
more.
Yeah, we are, in that way, we are, well, Jugadi.
So we are superior in that way.
Yeah. So just one more curiosity we want to hear from you. When you look out in the space, what about the colors? Are you able to distinguish what is what, or it is just a void black?
I'll let you answer that because you will have a very fresh perspective.
Yes, I'm sure. So in terms of and I was mentioning this that, and I don't know, I'm sure it was a lot more pure 40 years ago, sir. But the Earth is a pale blue dot, like I mentioned. It's not this blue for sure.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, if I can break in. During the moon landings, on the return, all the astronauts saw the Earth as a single floating entity, all of it together. Because when you're in near Earth orbit, you can't see the Earth as a single entity. You've got to move away. So when you're returning.
Okay, but any of you had a chance to look at the sun? How does it look like?
yeah,
Like
on
white?
TV, and there's no way you'll see the sun. It's too far. You saw the sun, but
No, I mean, it's one of the best sights, you know.
Yeah, I
Sunrise from space and the sunset, because you see it creeping from behind the Earth's crust, which is a crescent, and you go. Firstly, it just describes. It starts like a very thin blue line, and while you're looking at it, you know, it goes right through with your spectrum, and just before you see all of it, it comes out like a small diamond, and then the sun comes out, and then of course you can't keep looking at it. And the same thing happens in reverse during the sunset. So if you missed this wonderful sight, you just got to wait another 45 minutes, because 90 minutes it takes for you to go around, and you have the same
Yes.
scene opening in front of you again and again.
That must be an amazing experience. We
Indeed.
cannot imagine. We only dream of that, and here are the people who have actually seen that. So my next question is to astronaut Gopi Chand. From your experience, what advice would you give to future space tourists here, how to mentally and physically prepare themselves, especially those who are not space scientists or nothing to do with space research?
I think that it goes back to following your passion is basically, somebody was asking us yesterday, is what science subject should I take in senior secondary? I said, it's the worst question you can ask someone, right? Because I don't believe any science subject has gotten us to do what we do. Today, especially after where we are, post or pre-COVID, I think that if you follow your passion, whether that's engineering, whether that's biosciences, whether that's plastics, I don't know, whatever you want to follow, if you follow your passion, I believe that there will be a component of that passion in space in the near future. And I believe that it's no longer about you having to be an aeronautical engineer, astrophysicist. It's not about you having to be a mechanical engineer. It's about time to where we realize how we can contribute to this new foreign land, which will now become our land in your lifetime. I don't know in our lifetime, but definitely in the next gen, because the opportunities for space is only limited to your imagination of what you want to do. And I believe if they can imagine something totally wackadoodle, I'm telling you there will be a place for it in space. And it's not far-fetched, it is very, very in the near future is what I believe. So.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So
if I may add to what Gopi said, and all of it is very valid, what he said, passion is an absolute must. So you got to sit and think, do you want to experience space just as a tourist? Do you want to experience it as a researcher on Earth whose experiments are going to be carried out in space? Or do you want to be working in space? If you work in space, then obviously you'll have to find a role for yourself, either as a constructor which builds places where we are going to live on the moon earlier and later Mars. What kind of a professional do you, where is your passion? Is it just a tourist to see it? Is it a scientist? Would you like to yourself carry experiments in near Earth orbit? Would you like to be a part of a team which is stationed on the moon? anybody who's going above 100 kilometers is an astronaut. So decide what kind of astronaut you want to be and whether or not you're passionate. Reason being, this is not easy. The work is not easy. Please, you can knock that stardust out of your eyes. It's tough work. There's going to be social deprivation. You're going to, it's like going to be like if you're living in Antarctica where those stations are there, scientific stations, with a big difference. In Antarctica, you can walk out and feel some air on your face. In space, you can't do that. You have to carry the environment with you in your space suit when you go out. So it's a different life, and it's not an easy life.
So space journey, I would say, is a big challenge, but one has to be perseverant, passionate, disciplined. And if you follow that, I'm sure your young audience is very much enthused to hear from our three distinguished astronauts here. So now, sir, it's a time to take some of the questions from our students in the audience. And the first question, please pass on the mic to Karthika. She may ask. These are all young PhD students, and they have so many burning questions hitting their mind.
She's definitely the first question. She's bank center of the stage, waiting, sitting.
Good morning, everyone. It's so wonderful to see everyone, especially Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, Ajit Krishnan, and Gopi Chand here. I'm Karthika K. I'm a pre-doctoral fellow from Systems Biology for Biofuel Group in ICGB. And my question is to you, the first Indian man to be in space, to Wing Commander Sharma. As a young researcher myself, I would like to know what sort of scientific experiments did you do up there, and what were the challenges that you are facing, especially in microgravity, doing them?
So she's asking that you've done some experiments in the space.
Yeah.
How challenging it was to do those?
Oh, it wasn't challenging at all because I didn't understand what I was doing. But we were so well trained, since time is of the essence in space, it's a very tightly controlled, shall we say, each minute is choreographed and calculated. So we had a checklist of what to do. So although we were introduced to the theory of it during our training, what needed to be done on the space station, we did experiments in biomedicine, basically, to find out the activity of the cardiovascular system in space, because on the Earth, when you're standing, the kind of vibrations tends to color the results of the physical movement of the heart, whereas if you're suspended in zero gravity, the recordings are much more clearer. So in biomedicine, we did some work. We did some work in material science, again, growing crystals using the undercooling technique. We did that. So, and plus Earth resources, because there was a multispectral camera on board the space station, and we photographed the Indian landmass, and that became the database for our own Indian remote sensing satellites, which were launched much later. So these were very interesting experiments. We got to learn about what the advantages microgravity provides for experiments like this.
And if I'm not wrong, you performed yoga also there.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yoga, yes. I didn't talk about that primarily because it was the first time we were trying out yoga, and as you well know, that we are used to the yogic technique during gravity. Over there, we are trying to replicate gravity to enjoy the same benefits which yoga asanas give you. So therefore, we had to tie ourselves down. I mean, only I did those experiments. So it was a very sophisticated harness system and elastic cords to simulate gravity, because the idea was to get up and get down against a certain force. And balancing was a problem. So therefore, came back with a lot of data of how the harness should be designed the next time round. Maybe you guys will use it. So that the results would be more interpretable, shall we say.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for asking. The next question comes from Brahmjeet.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So my question is to Mr. Ajit sir, and others may also add with their experiences. So Ajit sir, according to you, what are some of the most exciting and impactful areas of science and technology research in space that can shape our future in the coming years?
Right now, as far as India's space vision is, short-term space stay is Gaganyaan. Thereafter, we intend to use Bharatiya Antariksh Station for long-term space stay. And thereafter, then is man on moon. This is our vision. So, where does all this lead to? We exactly don't know where it leads to, but this is what is where we are working towards. So what I would say is, these are the exciting challenges right now. Very small things which are required for short-term space stay. For example, air revitalization system right now is the one is just a scrubber, and your this institute itself can probably assist in designing something that would be a bio kind of thing, which is a better model than the existing air revitalization system. And looking further, how can we stay longer in space? How can we, let's say, have better physical health when we stay longer in space? What are the kind of diet that can be provided by growing food in the vehicle, in the space station? And further extending to when we go on the moon, what kind of structures can we construct there from the available resources that are available to us? To stay on the moon, to be able to cultivate on the moon, how can we, the waste that is generated, how do we recycle it, or how do we dispose it of? So I would say these are all the kind of challenges that we have, and this is what I think we should be looking forward to as academia, so for at least for the near future.
One sec, maybe I just add to
Yes,
this.
sure, please.
You see, I think we got to understand that the basic reason of conflict on planet Earth is because of inequitable distribution of wealth now, and also because we are looking at our societal model is all exclusive, you know. Everybody wants to compete with everybody else. And now, if you're going to go out into space, we will be, the same reasons of conflict will be transferring into space. We don't want that. So if you don't want that, we've got to have a very tight space law, all right? And how do we have a space law? If India becomes a viable power, a spacefaring nation, it gets a seat on the high table where you can influence policy. And you know, India's approach to space, whether ISRO, the way it has leveraged space tech for its own people, and yesterday, you know, at the Glex, both the Minister of State and the Prime Minister, very clearly, the way we are looking at space and the benefits of space, we are not looking at only for ourselves. We are looking at for the region, we're looking at for the global south, and I'm quite sure that going forward to deep space exploration, that is the route we will follow. But it seems that we are the only votaries for that kind of model. So we need to be there.
Oh, okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. It's really very positive remarks that Mr. Sharma has made, that government is also, you know, ISRO and government and PM are also, you know, very much encouraging space research. So now our next question comes from Nachi. He's not here. So Nidhi. Nidhi, oh, okay. So he's there. Please pass on the mic to him.
Hi, hello, good morning all. This is Nat Chopin. I'm a postdoctoral fellow here in the structural parasitology group under Dr. Amit Sharma. My question will be to the Aston and Gopichand Totokara sir. Sir, having represented India on a private space mission, what are the key steps that are needed to promote or to boost the civilian participation in the Indian space sector, sir?
No, it's a question that is driven by our culture and more of how we look at who we are in our country, because of what we mentioned earlier. If we are limited, I believe personally that we are limited by financial resources to be able to do what the other side of the pond is doing. And I don't think that we are so far behind. I don't even think we are behind, first of all. I don't think that we are behind to a level where if we did get that funding today, it will take us leaps of decades to get to where they are today. I absolutely don't think that's true. What we heard yesterday from the Honorable Prime Minister's speech is that there have been advancements towards making a portion of space resources go towards a private model. There are over 300 different startups that are contributing towards some aspect of this mission or vision for the man on the moon on 2040 for us. If the government can support to make other ventures of human spaceflight possible, then I don't think it's a far-fetched dream for a civilian to launch from our soil, to look at our country from Earth. I think it's only a matter of less than a decade, and it's as real as that sounds. But I think we're limited with funding, and Rakesh, you should correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the only thing. We have the mind, we have the place, and we have the people. We just need that last P, which is the price. So.
And we have the ethics.
And we have the ethics, yes, sir, definitely. We have ethics more than ethics will exist, for sure. But, and can you imagine if you opened up space tourism to a country like ours? Forget being the most populated country or not. Can you imagine what it would open to the opportunities for these people to go to space? Young girls, boys, just random people. It's like you're, getting on Rajdhani Express and going to Jaipur. The same way.
So just to add to that, you can throw some light on what kind of rigorous training you have to go vis-a-vis the long space flight.
So not at all. Definitely not like what these two gentlemen have gone through. But I believe that, and Blue Origin is not the most apt example for it, but Virgin Galactic and some other organizations, they do about a 2-day training. It's not much.
Just 2 days.
The 2 days training is not much. Yes, they said there's a psychological component for several days before.
Yeah, it could be weekend. You could
exactly. Yes, it's like, let's go visit the Taj Mahal. We'll come back and we'll train at the Taj Mahal. No, I don't believe the training is much, but I think there has to be far advancements in this vehicle being autonomous, this vehicle not being guided. If something were to happen, how would the computer take over? There's still a little bit, but it's not far. I don't think it's far. And I don't think that when we get there, it would be much training. I would think it will be 24 hours. I'm positive, but I don't think it's impossible.
So I hope all our dreams will become true soon. Thank you.
Yeah. So next question comes from Nidhi. Nidhi is here.
Hi everyone, I'm Nidhi Yadav. I'm working as a pre-doctoral fellow at Translational Health Laboratory at ICGB. So my question is for Rakesh sir. How do you see space exploration shaping the next, the future of human development?
Space exploration.
It's a very generic question. How do you see space exploration shapes the future of next generation?
How the space exploration actually shape up the future of
the next generation and the overall human development.
Well, you're going to see momentous changes in your own lifetime. The best you can do is to be prepared for it. As to the rate of change is what makes it more difficult. Initially, if you look, what had happened was 61 Gagarin went up. By the end of the decade, Armstrong was leaving footprints on the moon. So that was very fast. And then, for some reason, after the moon phase was over, the moon exploration, nothing much happened because of the Cold War which was going on, except for the Apollo-Soyuz handshake in space, short-lived. And then now all the work started happening in near Earth orbit. Now that we've kind of established human presence, permanent human presence in near Earth orbit, now we are trying to revisit the moon. But this time, not to explore, but to exploit. And not to visit, but to live there. So that is the change. Now, once we reach there and establish our outposts there and use it, say, as staging areas for deeper space exploration, that is when things are really going to become fast growth again. So there are a lot of career paths which will grow up, as we have just mentioned, because it's not easy to set up a colony up in space. You've got to, a lot of research is involved. Do you use materials? You'll have to use materials which are available there. You can't transport everything. So there are some very exciting times waiting for your generation. You've just got to cherry pick, again, what is passionate for you. Please look at this very seriously, because you're going to, and that's going to be your line which you have chosen, and then it will be easier for you to achieve excellence in the line which you have chosen. So that's what you can expect, and I would say you must prepare yourself for the momentous changes that are going to happen in the next coming few decades.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for showing light on the aspects that future generation can be, very much enthused about. So the next questions come from Nidhi. Oh, you asked. Tanisha?
Good morning, everyone. I am Tanisha, a pre-doctoral fellow in the Plant Transcription Regulation Group here at ICGEB. So my question is to Mr. Krishnan. So generally, when we plan a journey, we look up for the places, the food, the cultural heritage that we would like to explore. So similarly, you will be going on this Gaganyaan mission in the upcoming year. So what's the one thing that you're most looking forward to experiencing or achieving during your time in space?
She said
Just
cheating.
one thing.
So many, you may tell us the list if you like.
So the one thing that I really want to see is from there is how the Earth looks like. So that is the only one thing that I think is different. And secondly, how does it feel like staying in prolonged microgravity is what the two things that I look forward to, is what I would say.
So I wish you a happy journey.
So the one more question will come from Isha.
A very good morning, everyone. I am Isha Gupta, pre-doctoral fellow from Nutritional Improvement of Crops Group under Dr. Tanushri Kaul at ICGB. Our group is mainly working on nutritional improvement and resilience in crop through genome editing. With India's growing leadership in space exploration and technology, my question is to Mr. Gopichand. Sir, what would you like to suggest to young Indians like us who are dreaming of space, but not as an astronaut, but as tourists, entrepreneurs, and the space tech pioneers?
So absolutely, and this is, I'm going to keep it short, but this is to go off of what we've been talking about the whole, pretty much the last 1 hour. I think it's just for you to be passionate. I met an engineer from NASA. Her name was Nicole Stott. This is a, you might know her, sir. She spent about 100 days in space. She's done multiple missions, and she's now on the ground. And her initial reaction was, I've always wanted to be an astronaut. There are ample amount of people, I'll tell you why I said that. There's ample amount of people that I come across on a day-to-day life in the US, whether if it's in NASA, whether if it's in Blue Origin or any other space agency, they genuinely don't want to be an astronaut. They genuinely want to contribute to the person who wants to be the astronaut. And that sometimes has more pride and happiness than the actual person who's going to space. Not every one of us is adventurous, not every one of us we have introverts and extroverts. Just like that, there are people who are passionate about the little things in trying to, make a pencil for space where the nib doesn't break off and go into somebody's eye. The lid doesn't break off. You've seen 3 Idiots, no? Same thing.
Yes,
so
sir.
there are people who are passionate doing what they're doing at a desk who never want to reach the stars. And those people sometimes I have felt are more happy than those who try to fight for that seat to go up and come back, is what I feel so.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful response.
Thank you for this incredible connection that we all feel with each other. So this marks the end of this question answer session.
I think there's one more she's been wanting to ask.
You want to ask? Yeah, please.
Good morning, respected all. Myself, Aishwarya from JNU, and my work is on studying the effect of microgravity and space radiation on prostate cancer risk and progression. So I'm currently doing this work, and I really want to ask one question that during your initial training period, what simulators do you use to simulate microgravity-like conditions before going to space? And then next, that after you go to space, what are the health-related problems you generally observe, if there are any, and after returning from space to Earth, if any problem persists?
I'll take up training.
Yes.
Problem, sir.
She actually wants to know, when you go up in the space, are there any health related issues, or how do astronauts maintain their health? You mentioned yoga.
To go back to what I was describing about the physiological changes that take place due to the lack of gravity, one is the hemodynamic part of it, where the blood goes up to your head, and your face swells up, your tongue swells up, your semicircular canals in your ear, they get gorged with blood, become oversensitive. All of that happens. And I've already explained that during the launch, the G-forces which start affecting you. The other changes which take place would depend on the time you are spending in space. The longer you stay out there, because you're not using your muscles, things are they are weightless. You're not using your muscles, so there's a bit of an atrophy issue. Your muscles become weaker. So you've got to have some methodology to train like a treadmill, so that you keep up the physical activity. So that's one aspect of it. And remember that your heart is also a muscle. So even that starts becoming weak if you do not do enough physical activity in space. Plus, your bones start leaching and losing density, that calcium will come out. So that is another problem. But now the world record is more than 430 days, 437 I think, duration the human can stay in space. And so we've got methods already mapped. By we, I mean the Russians hold that record, but there is enough information available. At least you know that the guys who stayed up there for 437 days are alive today, right? So we've got that part going. I don't think our propulsive systems have to be such that you don't keep traveling for 2 years and then reach your destination and then take another 2 years to come back. So there are a lot of ifs and buts how this is going to go, but these are the problems you face on long duration space flights.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am sure our audience is also as curious as I am, that how much time it took you to recover from these things when you arrived back on Earth?
It takes about a day and a half to adapt to microgravity when you go up, and about the same time and that's the beauty of the human body. The feedback is so good.
So that's very quick.
It's quick because my flight was only about 8 days. So it is a function of the duration you have spent. I know people who've come back after some Russians more than
Sunita
a year,
Williams still,
1.5, 2
trying
years.
to recover. Yeah.
So they're having dinner, and when the wife says, "Can you pass the dish?" he tends to do this. So
Lovely that is. So this marks the end of question and answer session. A big thank you to all the students for their questions and to our panelists for the inspiring responses. So as we wrap up this session, let's take a moment to appreciate incredible insights we have heard today, from the realities of life to the space, to the profound perspective gained by our guests who have actually gone to the space. So these first-hand experiences not only expand our scientific understanding, but also remind us of the human spirit that drives exploration. Let us continue to push the boundaries of what is possible. Finally, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists for sharing their thoughtful contributions and incredible stories with us today. We cannot wait to see the future, what future would hold for us as far as the space explorations are concerned, and we really wish to be a part of future explorations, especially the Gaganyaan. So we'd love to hear once you're back from there. Everybody would love to hear first-hand experience from you, that how was it? So thank you very much once again, and we will end up this session. Yeah, and
Indeed, a big thank you to all our esteemed panel experts for sharing their inspiring journeys and insight into the thrilling world of space exploration with our audience.
Now, as a token of appreciation, we would like to honor our distinguished guests. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary of DBT and Director General BRIC, Shri Hanumantre Baluragi, Director Human Space Project ISRO, and Dr. Ramesh Sonti, the Director ICGEB.
Now, I would request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary DBT and Director General BRIC, to kindly present a memento to Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, followed by Gagan Yatri Group Captain Ajit Krishnan and astronaut Gopi Chand Thotakura.
Next, I would like to request this Director ICGEB, Director BRIC, to give the memento to astronaut Ajit Krishnan.
I would now request Dr. Rajesh Gokhale to present a memento to our astronaut Gopi Chand Thotakura.
Next, we have the honor of Dr. Ramesh Sonti, Director ICGB, feliciting our distinguished guest, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary of DBT and Director General of BRIC, and Shri Hanumantre Baluragi, Director Human Space Project ISRO.
And now, as a final gesture of our gratitude, we would like to invite Dr. Sonti to present a token of appreciation to our wonderful moderator, Dr. Sneh.
As we draw close to the Glex Astronaut Chapter Event 2025, I extend my gratitude to everyone who contributed to its success.
First and foremost, we thank our esteemed astronauts Wing Commander Rakesh Sharma, astronaut Ajit Krishnan, astronaut Gopichand Thotakura for sharing their invaluable experiences and insights on decoding life beyond Earth and inspiring the next generation of space explorers.
A special thanks goes to Dr. Sneh Parikh for moderating the question and answer session.
We express our sincere appreciation to Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary DBT and Director General BRIC for taking out his time and for sharing his insightful remarks.
A special acknowledgement to Dr. Ramesh Sonti, Director ICGEB, for his outstanding organization that set the stage for this vibrant event. Our deepest gratitude also goes to the dedicated team, Dr. Pawan Jutur and Mr. Rais Altaf from ICGEB, Dr. Vamsi Krishna Adanki from DBT, and the ISRO team, Shri Hanumantrai Baluragi, Mr. Abhishek Jha, and Mr. Abhijit. Your meticulous planning, seamless teamwork, and exceptional contributions have been truly invaluable in making this a success.
Finally, we deeply appreciate the presence and active engagement of our invited faculty, researchers, policy makers, and all attendees.
Let's once again extend our sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this Glex Astronaut Chapter event a success.
So before we conclude this morning's session, we have an excited announcement. Following this insightful discussion with our esteemed astronaut, our exploration into scientific frontiers of space research will continue this afternoon with the Isro-Dbt Joint Colloquium on Space Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing. We warmly invite all delegates to join us in the auditorium by 1:30 p.m. For our guests from other institutes and the ICGB faculty, lunch is now being served, and I kindly request our volunteers to guide you to the designated dining areas. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are fueled for the second session of the day. So, the second session is Isro-Dbt Joint Colloquium on Space Biotechnology and Biomanufacturing.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, eminent scientists, and participants. Welcome to the Space Biotechnology Colloquium, jointly organized by the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology, the Indian Space Research Organization, and the Department of Biotechnology. It is my pleasure to invite the Director of ICGB, Dr. Ramesh Shanti, to deliver a welcome address.
Good afternoon, everybody. Those who have joined here physically and those who have joined online. Thank you for coming back to this second session of this important day on which we are trying to sensitize researchers, particularly the young researchers in India, about space biomanufacturing, the challenges and the opportunities. Now, today morning you've heard from people firsthand who have actually traveled to space and are going to be traveling very soon into space, and about the challenges that are involved in the travel, both in terms of physical challenges and the mental challenges. Now we will talk about what it takes to do space biomanufacturing, what are the opportunities and what are the challenges. And I think Dr. Abhishek and Dr. Vamsi will talk, will briefly mention about a call that they're going to be making jointly soon to request proposals on space biomanufacturing. Now, the way we've structured the afternoon talks are as follows. First, we'll have talks from 3 researchers coming from either ICGB or I think it is INSTEM, INSTEM, who are actually sending projects into space in the upcoming Axiom 4 mission. So at the end of May, there is a rocket that will go to International Space Station with a payload in which there are astronauts and there are experiments, and there is an Indian who will actually be going on board that. So they will be going to the International Space Station and they will be doing some experiments that are designed by researchers at ICGB and at INSTEM. Now what we will have initially presentations by the 3 researchers who are heading these programs. They will not go and delve into the deep details about the actual experiments. But as you would have seen today, our fellow panelist astronauts are highly accomplished. They are fantastic at, as Air Force pilots, they are fantastic at running the space station, but they are not biotechnologists. They are not people who have had experience in pipetting or, doing centrifugations. So how do you design protocols that can be done in space by highly intelligent people, but who are actually novices in the kind of tools that we use? That's one challenge. The second challenge is the space that is available. The International Space Station is it's a big object we have sent into space, but compared to the labs that we have, they're all relatively small. So there is limited space. And because there is limited space, the kind of equipment that's available for you to do, if you don't have an equipment, you can go to the lab next door and get it. That's not possible in the International Space Station. So there are challenges that come from that. So they will be discussing about the challenge, how do you customize experiments to do in space? That's the first set. Then I'm also happy to say that our Indian civil space sector is also growing. And we have one representative from the Indian civil space sector. It's a company called RSAT Space Technologies, and they will be talking about space-based biomanufacturing, the platforms that they are developing. So there is indigenous activity already there on how to develop machines or instruments that can be, platforms that can be used in the space station. So the first half of today's talk is primarily about, how do you design experiments today in space? What are our industries, private sector doing to promote that? That's one part. Then the second part is about people from the European Space Agency and from the NASA, who are actually conducting space biomanufacturing experiments. And there are certain experiments that can be done better in space than on Earth. These include 3D bioprinting, protein crystallography studies, organoid development. All of these, we have experts from ESA and NASA who will talk about what they are doing. So I think it will be a very exciting session and very informative, and more important that there are going to be opportunities soon for actually doing some of these experiments in space. So thank you all for joining back, both here and those who have joined online. We look forward to a very exciting and informative session. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we move on to the joint presentation by the representatives from the Indian Space Research Organization, Mr. Abhishek Jha, and the Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Vamsi Krishna, on the collaborative initiatives in space, biotechnology, and biomanufacturing. So, please. Full screen. Full screen.
PDF open किया.
Good afternoon all. I thank Team ICGB for the morning session and for today's afternoon session also. And we were fortunate to sign the MOU with ISRO, Team ISRO, here only in the month of October 2024. And from that it all started. So before that, ISRO gave us opportunity to participate for experimentation on the ISS. And ICGB seems to have, a couple of experiments going in. And it's all excitement. A lot of buzz has been created. So how this all started, just wanted to say a few words. After that, Abhishek will take over. It all started with the BioE3 policy, which was approved by Honorable Prime Minister in the month of August 2024. So BioE3 is biotechnology for economy, environment, and employment. So here we believe, we should use the regenerative principles to find, useful chemicals, useful products, and even in agriculture also, how to address the climate change and the carbon capture. These are all the important verticals. Then how to replace the fossil fuels. These are some of the things we are looking at. And then apart from this, we had a very small vertical on the space biomanufacturing, and it all started with this. If you can see the next slide, there are around 6 verticals. Out of that, the 6th vertical belongs to futuristic marine and space research. So we have been able to interact with ISRO, and then we have come to this stage. And now, we will be having a joint meeting shortly, and then an opportunity will open up. And we look forward for good proposals from DBT institutions. Thank you. I'll ask Abhijit to take over. Abhishek to take over.
Thank you, sir. So I'll take over from here. While the BioE3 policy was getting formulated, parallelly in that time frame, the long-term vision of Indian human spaceflight was also getting formulated. And as you can see here, we have the current Gaganyaan missions which we are planning to complete by 26-27 time frame, and thereafter we plan to move forward to longer duration human spaceflight missions through the Bharatiya Antariksh Station program, which has already been approved by Government of India. So we want to progressively build this capability of long duration human spaceflight missions, and the Bharatiya Antariksh Station will be built in phases. Starting from 2028 onwards. It's a 5-module space station. The first module is planned to be launched in 2028 time frame, sir. That's the target which we are looking at. So thereafter, this capability of long duration human spaceflight missions in low Earth orbit will give us a staging platform to undertake missions beyond low Earth orbit to Moon So that's the goal which Honorable Prime Minister has set up for all of us to achieve a crewed lunar landing, Indian crewed lunar landing by the year 2040. So we are working towards that, and it requires enhancement of technological capabilities in that direction. And currently 8 Gaganyaan missions have been approved, and which includes the first module of Bharatiya Antariksh Station also. So I think biotechnology, cell biology and space, if we look at it in a perspective, you see gravity is ubiquitous. We don't like understand how its impact on the biological process until we remove gravity from the equation. So what happens when you remove gravity from the equation, how the life forms and the biological processes will change, is a question which has bothered the scientific community for a long time, and this has led, there are many effects which can happen due to lack of gravity, and due to other combining factors also, like radiation and all in space environment, which can trigger certain biological processes or certain responses in biological organisms which can be used for manufacturing certain novel products. So there have been programs in the past from European Space Agency, NASA, and they have developed platforms, different kinds of rockets, like this program on the right. You can see. I think this is the point. Yeah. So this is a sounding rocket. We call it. It's a small rocket. It's called as a sounding rocket. So it's a German program. We also have a similar capability in India called as Rohini series of rocket, and on top of this actually you can put a small payload. It launches it and it travels in like a small parabola, but the duration of microgravity exposure is small, but it gives you sufficient amount of time to test your initial or hypothesis, or carry out some simpler experiments. So there have been platforms which people are using over a period of time. This was in the initial phases, probably in early 70s, but as International Space Station has come up, more complicated experiments are being taken up in space. So now coming to space biomanufacturing, how we in ISRO look at it actually. So coming from a non-biological background, I think if you divide it into you can divide it into three broad verticals. What is your input, what is your process, and then what is your product? I think if you can broadly distinguish in these three verticals, we need to first decide on what are the candidate products for biomanufacturing in space. That's one of our like submissions to this gathering, that through study of literature, what are those novel products which you can actually manufacture in space, where you can get advantage of manufacturing in space by certain mutations or any other biological processes which are triggered in the microorganisms by virtue of being in space environment. So that is something which we want this community to also ponder over, and there are things like food, vitamins, nutraceuticals, enzymes, all of these therapeutics, tissues, organoids, biopolymers, all of these can be manufactured in space, but here we are not looking at the scale of manufacturing. What we are looking at is the novelty of the product, because I'll come to that in the next slide, because in space we have to also look at the techno-economic metric of the product which we are making, because as sir said, you can't take a huge lab onto a rocket and set up the industrial facility in space. So there only we'll have to think over the novelty of the product, and this novelty of the product will make it attractive for a earth-based application. And then we also have applications in our own human space program, some of these products may have very specific applications on Earth, but some of these products may also have applications for our own human space program. For example, the vitamin and nutraceutical products may be useful in like mitigating the adverse effects of microgravity on human body, for example, muscle atrophy or bone loss. So what are the nutraceutical countermeasures which we are looking at or we are proposing is something which this community can consider. Now, another aspect which I would like to discuss briefly is there is also a need to focus on the process. And again, space here demands maximal efficiency and a compact technology, because that's the constraint which space brings in. So, so here only what we want is this community to primarily focus on the microorganism or the candidate biomanufacturing organisms. So from various groups, this may not be the only, these are only representatives here, but the various factors which influence this this particular selection of microorganisms are the extended period of operations which may happen in a space environment. So their genetic stability, the stability of their expression. Then we also have to design bioreactors which can work in space environment. So this is again a challenge, because there also the gas exchange, the fluid behavior is slightly different from how you have that in on Earth. Again, isolation and purification is another aspect which one has to very carefully understand, and maintaining sterility in space environment, especially when you have you don't have like access to healthcare facility on the go. The astronaut is in an astronaut or whoever, the space participant is in an isolated area away from Earth, and the proper sterile protocols have to be implemented for carrying out such activities in space environment. And again, as Professor Santi pointed out in his initial remarks, there is a human operator in loop, and that human operator may not be as knowledgeable as you in doing that experiment. So you have to transfer your operational knowledge in conducting that experiment to somebody who may conduct that experiment very well in that environment. So that requires you to write very carefully. I think the teams here are have got some exposure on that aspect. They have to transfer that. It may look very trivial, but pipetting in space also is like a 10-page procedure maybe there. So you have to strap on the astronaut. He has to be in a stable position. He has to ensure that leak does not take place. If the leak takes place, how to contain it, that's all part of the protocol. So these are something which one has to also consider. Also, you have to write very detailed procedure. I think the people who have dealt with our NASA friends and implementation partner, they must be realizing this now. And also, there is also an element of operational support. Operational support means the experiment is being carried out from in space environment with a ground team on Earth. So the communication between them, what kind of protocols do you want to have, that also need to be very clearly defined. And again, another aspect is your experiment is like a device which gets plugged into a mothership. So what are the interfaces which you would like to have? The pneumatic, electrical, fluid, all those interfaces. So these are some things which we in ISRO are working at based on what are the plethora of literature which we have, and the kind of experiments which we can do, and also the requirement from the scientific community will help us in framing the broad interface details for these experiments in our Bharatiya Antariksh Station and on our platform. Then, as I was telling you, here also we do a techno-economic analysis, and the metric most commonly used is something called as equivalent system mass in our case. Because equivalent system mass, you convert everything in terms of the process efficiency is measured in terms of equivalent system mass, basically. So this helps you to compare two processes and see which one is more economical in a space environment. from giving you value for return for the investment which we are carrying out. Okay. Now coming to what we have done recently in ISRO and how this field is getting slowly like getting traction within ISRO also. So we have something called as a PSLV orbital experiment module. So there is a rocket, there is an upper stage of a rocket. So when the rocket upper stage ejects the satellite, you have the upper stage left in orbit for some time. Due to the drag, the atmospheric drag, even at those high altitudes, the rocket can come back after maybe 1 month or so. So we thought that why not we use this opportunity and use this platform to carry out some experiments. So we have given opportunity to our own researchers in our in ISRO centers as well as to other universities and academic institutions within the country, and at initial stages some experiments we have carried out. So like for example, this experiment on a compact research module for orbital plant studies, this has been developed by Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. So what they have done is it's a compact apparatus which helps you to grow plant in space. So it can control your temperature, it can control your relative humidity, it can provide water or at a particular time, and it has got adequate instrumentation to let you know how successful is your the process implementation. So these pictures are taken actually in space in the recently concluded PSLV C60 mission, where the successful germination of this cowpea seeds was was demonstrated till 2-leaf stage. So this was just a technology demonstration that something of this sort can be done actually. So this is one like a very simple experiment, but it's a good learning platform for us to do slightly more complex experiment. Thereafter, other experiment, a similar experiment of this type was this by MIT University, which studied growth and survival of plant careless in space. Okay, so I think this part Dr. Sirish will talk more, but basically the broad story is that space is a very costly endeavor. So any hypothesis which you want to prove in space, it is good that you do sufficient ground validation studies. In NASA terminology, these are called as science validation test, I presume. So, and thereafter you propose something called as a space-based experiment. And you can see that this requires a lot of multidisciplinary expertise. So that's where this collaboration between ISRO and DBT comes into. So the biotechnological expertise of your team and the engineering expertise of our team comes together to realize something as complex as a microgravity experiment in a human spaceflight mission. So if I can say the key like takeaway for us is this viable biomanufacturing platform in space requires advancement of biotechnologies through extensive R&D. And with respect to scaling potential, improved bioreactor design. I think this must be, whoever are working in this area can note that, and robust microorganism selection for space environment. And then we do something called as integrated mission architecture analysis in ISRO, wherever when we propose something of this sort. So you have to do that cost analysis also of the product which you are proposing and the process which you are proposing. Then in the concept of operation, the safety is very critical because there is a human involved, life involved. So the biosafety protocols, if ethical protocols are involved, those also have to be looked into. And currently we are talking about biomanufacturing in microgravity environment. Countries like organizations like NASA and ESA also thinking of biomanufacturing using extraterrestrial resources, that is lunar resources and all. So on Moon's surface or on Mars' surface, using the available regolith, how you can use those resources to convert or create something meaningful for sustaining the life there. So whether it can be in the form of a fuel or it can be any other thing. So these are something which you can, this community can ponder over. And from ISRO side, we are always there to help you and support you in converting your hypothesis into a space-worthy experiment, because we can assure you that we will do a lot of testing before sending it to space, and we'll leave no stone unturned in testing the system. So that's all from my side, and thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Vamsi and Mr. Abhishek, for that illuminating presentation. We now move to our series of invited talks from leading Indian scientists in this field. I invite Dr. Shirish Srivastava from ICGEB New Delhi to deliver his presentation. Dr. Shirish Srivastava is a group leader at the ICGEB New Delhi, where he heads the System Biology for Biofuels group. His research is focused on harnessing metabolic systems biology to enhance microbial growth and biofuel production, contributing to the development of sustainable energy solutions through advanced biotechnological innovation. With over 20 years of experience, Dr. Srivastava's career spans both academic and international research institutions. He began as a research assistant at Michigan State University, followed by a postdoctoral visiting fellowship at the National Institute of Health, USA, where he conducted impactful research in metabolic control. He later served as team leader at the DBT ICGEB Center for Advanced Bioenergy Research and, since 2017, has led groundbreaking initiatives in systems and synthetic biology for bioenergy production. Dr. Srivastava holds a PhD in chemical engineering from Michigan State University and MSc in chemical engineering from the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and an MSc in biotechnology from Devi Ahilya University, Indore. His work integrates computational and experimental approaches, including flux balance analysis, metabolic flux analysis, metabolic engineering, and synthetic biology to engineer microbial systems, particularly cyanobacteria, for producing biofuels and high-value chemicals. Today, he is going to deliver a talk on practical aspects of preparing for microbiology experiment aboard the ISS. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for the introduction, and also thanks the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present what we are doing, and also to Abhishek for setting up well the challenges, some of the challenges that we at Earth take very for granted, for example, pipetting, so which completely changes when we take the system to lower gravity situations. So today, and as Dr. Sonti has said, that I would actually not be going into detail of the experiment that we are going to plan, but instead I thought that I'll take this opportunity to prime the upcoming researchers as to what it entails to design an experiment aboard ISS, what are some of the practical aspects of it, both in terms of differences from our traditional experiments that we do in our lab. A lot of things which we take for granted or we assume that it's there may not be there on ISS or may work completely differently aboard ISS. So overview of an experimental process is shown here. I hope it doesn't look too long to you, but those are the number of steps that we go ahead. So the first and foremost thing is experimental design. This thing is not working. So the first and foremost thing is experimental design, which obviously whatever biological question you want to answer. Okay, nahi udhar nahi aa raha. Okay, good. So the first and foremost is your experimental design, whatever biological question you want to answer, you want to grow a bacterium, you want to study some nutrient uptake or whatever. So now after that, of course, there is a very important part of your hardware design, fabrication and certification. Now that's something that again we take very much for granted, that okay, if we want to do an experiment, we'll take a flask, we'll run our experiment, everything is good. Here the challenges are that you have to really design, as Abhishek was talking, we really have to very carefully choose the weights, volumes and all those details of our hardware, because that's are going to be integrated, and probably every gram there that goes in there is audited. Then of course one needs to go for various kinds of safety approvals, and those safety approvals can be both internal but also at let's say if you are taking through NASA or ESA, at their level also you need to specify that whatever you are sending is either non-toxic or non-infectious, or I mean if you have that sort of approval that it is well contained, that it's not going to harm the astronaut or cause any future issues. Then after that we submit something called a detailed activity requirement document. Now this may be particular to ESA, but then again it's a very, very detailed document of every little detail. So for example, if I'm going to store my cultures, where do I store, what volume, what temperature, how much duration, so every little detail has to be specified. If I am going to centrifuge my samples, so again a trivial thing as centrifugation may not be as trivial there, because again you have to specify what equipment you will use, what tubes you will use, and again the centrifuge centrifuge on ISS may not be the same as the centrifuge that you use here. Then of course again, so a lot of documentation. Then we come to something called science verification test. So after all this we have identified, okay, this is probably the equipment that I'll use, and this is how I'll do then experiment. You do that experiment to kind of generate a protocol for the real experiment. Another important aspect is transportation of samples to the integration facility. IF here stands for integration facility. That also can be a lot challenging, because if you are sending anything abroad, like outside India, there is a lot of paperwork both at Indian customs as well as in foreign customs. Plus you would also be sending a lot of chemical solutions, right? Your media components, things like that, and each one of them has, I mean, there is a lot of paperwork regarding that. So once it reaches there, generally it goes through something called experiment verification test. So that's the test that is done at the integration facility. So for example, the ground station at NASA or something like that, where they would again run those experiments just to make sure that the instructions are clear and the experiment works. Then it comes to preparation of hardware, which is actual final. So when we say hardware, it can be as simple as tubes with culture. Okay, so the hardware need not be the most complicated thing, but it is the definition of hardware. So then we go to launch, integration, sample recovery, and then analysis and so on. So I'll briefly go through some of the things that are there in each one of these steps. Now, so one of the approaches that we use in our lab is for genome scale model analysis called constraint optimization, which means that there are certain constraints that the cell has, and it tries to optimize certain function. And I found that the experimental design for ISS experiment is not less than a constraint optimization. There are a lot of constraints, and within which you have to find the best experiment that can be done. The most important thing is you have only one opportunity to do this experiment, so you better get it right. Okay, I don't think they would allow you a second chance. Like unlike
trial run also.
Yeah, no, trial run you can do plenty. So you do as many trial runs as possible on Earth, so that you have just one opportunity. Once you hand over the sample, that's done from your end. Okay. So and also when you design so only one experiment, you can't say, oh, it went wrong. also understand very clearly what are the resources that are available. So Abhishek recently mentioned about the plant growth system, crops, whether that, for example, if you are doing any plant experiment, whether that will be suitable for you, or if you need some additional controls. Let's say I want the light intensity to be controlled. Does it even have it? Hopefully it is, but then again, those are the things that will eventually come up. As I said, the weight and volume of your experiment. So what is the least volume in which you can do a proper scientific experiment, and least weight. Yeah, another thing which we generally take for granted is manual time. Okay, so as the previous astronauts had mentioned, that anything that takes here a few minutes takes double or triple the time there. And the astronaut time, and again they were saying that they are so busy that they did not even get a chance to taste their meal. So I mean, also in terms of time, he said like he had like a minute to minute time for him. So the time is for your experiment, they may be, as in this particular case, there are 7 different experiments that are being done. So for your particular experiment, the time may not be infinite as you would like to think. So within these constraints, what is the best scientific question that one can ask in order to further our understanding, or to further develop something which can be of use for long-term, let's say long-term space studies. And of course, once you identify that question that, okay, I want to study X or Y or Z, you need to prepare a very, very detailed protocol accounting for all important factors. Now again, a lot of important factors that we take for granted here, let's say it can be as simple as growing a culture, right? Did we ever ask you guys, okay, you grow the E. coli cultures? We don't ask, okay, just grow it, right? But there we have to specify what is the volume, what is the temperature, what is the previous inoculum, how long you are going to incubate, what's the growth profile, what is the consumption rates, and so on and so forth, how long it can stay if something goes bad. Now, in terms of, as I said, the small details really matter a lot. And sorry. So one needs to have a very clear communication throughout the process. In this case, there are a lot of stakeholders that are there, ISRO, ESA or NASA and so on. So everywhere people should be aware or very clear of what we are going to do and how. More importantly, now this is something that again is quite challenging for us scientists who are used to doing things rapidly. For example, for our experiment, we were asked a very detailed inventory list. So they said that, okay, assume that the room that you will get will have a light bulb, and then you have to do your experiment. So you have to list out every little thing, what would be required for that experiment. Sometimes small things you can ignore, and then at that no last moment things will be there, all right, because there they have to get it, and I do not know what sort of communication that would be needed in order to get an equipment or a chemical within, let's say, the integration facility. So every little chemical, equipment, solution, everything needs to be very much specified up to 4 to 5 months in advance. Now that is something that for us becomes a little challenging, right? We are not used to that kind of planning in that much advance. Plus again, over the 4 to 5 months, your experiment may evolve, and then you will say, okay, I want to tweak this solution a little bit, which can be challenging. And I said, transport of cultures from India to US or Europe, wherever your integration facility is there, those costs are also not trivial. And again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank ICGB and DBT for support in this regard. Now, so the next thing is about hardware. Now, so here we use a lot of things, right? Today our corning tubes are finished. Go ahead and use Tarson's tubes. I don't care. Get me the centrifugation done. Unfortunately, those things are not, whatever tube we have specified 5 months ago are the tubes that are going to be used. Okay, no changes there. Everything that is used there is certified, and Abhishek has mentioned, it also has to specify, meet the hardware, whatever you're going to use has to meet strict criterion for weight, volume, power usage, safety, etc. And now in case, so it can be, the equipment can be as simple as the bags shown here for, let's say, algal or cyanobacterial cultures, or it can be as complicated as this one shown here. Now if you will see here, this one is, now these are the kind of actually the things that eventually we would want to have as a scientist, that where you can pre-program everything and the things are very much regulated. Plus there are a lot of sensors that can give you a kind of on-time information of what is going on in the cultures. But you see that whole of this module has to fit within a very small space in volume and has to be certified, plus generally it will be designed only for your experiment, right? So the cost of design and certificates that I had got in terms of a small cube that will be used there. So, but again, these are the kind, so when we are going to develop the interaction with various entities and making integrative planning, these are the kind of things that would really help to think also in terms that if I have to design something which can do this independently, right? What is the complexity that would be needed? So these things has light. So here there are these LEDs, there are these gas chambers where with magnetic mixing, there is data logging, there is medium supply, so and so forth. So all these small things that we generally take for granted, and all of this is within a sealed box with a specified power requirement. So when we were making the list of items, we were asked all those details. Another very something that we generally take for granted when designing our experiment, and we don't ever face it, to be honest, is that we need to hand over the experiment latest 72 hours before the plant launch. Now if I ask you to grow a culture and then you have to leave the culture 72 hours in advance, what will happen? Now the good thing is we can specify the conditions where it will be stored for that period. Also once, so shall I admit? So, so the process is, of course, you prepare your samples, you hand it over, and it can be more than 72 hours. 72 hours is the minimum time. There can be delays due to weather or technical glitches, whatever, not in our hand. So it can be many days since before your experiment can actually start after handover. And then after that it takes about 24 to 48 hours, let's say approximately 30 hours for it to reach ISS. And after that, still there is one more day because the astronaut will not take out your sample immediately upon reaching. All right. So they take about 24 hours to get used to the environment, and then only they will take out your experiment and your experiment would start. But the start is something, so anyway, so the minimum storage time there is about 4 to 5 days, can be up to 10 to 13 days. So in our case, we were asked to check for up to 13 days what happens to our culture. So your design should account for, again, this is something with which we almost always never plan for, right? To keep your cultures for 13 days at certain condition, whatever, and then you put it in some condition to see growth. So now I'll talk about something called science verification test, which is, as I mentioned, it is generally performed in the PI's lab. So where we use the same set of experiments and all those details to conduct this test to show that whatever we have said and the hardware we are using, the experiment would run in it. And the goal of this analysis is to generate a final detailed procedure for the actual experiment. So, and as Abhishek was mentioning, and so these astronauts are really bright and brilliant people, but they are not used to handling our stuff. So our instruction has to be really clear as to how do you take out your cultures, where do you keep it, how do you, if whatever measurements you have to do, what are the steps that are involved. So very, very detailed run are there. Now the next and the final thing that is generally done is experiment verification test, or EVT. This is kind of the last on earth run of the planned experiment in exact condition except microgravity that will be used in the actual experiment aboard. Generally this is done at the integration facility itself. So you send out your samples, you send out your hardware, and based on your protocol, someone there would run this experiment and do it, but it can also be done in the PI's lab depending upon the conditions. And of course, this is done to verify that the instructions are clear and the experiment works as expected. So of course, I talked about the challenges in shipment, and again, lot of paperwork for shipment as well as a lot of cost, and understand that there can be at least 2 shipments, one going to the IF and then coming back to India, and again your conditions may be different, your cost may be different. So for example, for our case, the conditions that is going forward is different from condition that is coming backward with the samples, depending upon what you want. So the carry home message for all of this is that you would require a lot of deep planning on all the small and large aspects of your study. What will be done, who will do, when it will be done, how it will be done, the backup plans. So for example, what if, let's say, the shipment goes bad? What are you going to do? Contingency plans, something spills, what are you going to do, and all those things. And again, for a lot of us, what is more challenging is that no last minute changes. Of course, very clear communication and coordination with so many stakeholders are there, right? Your own lab members, your institute, ISRO, NASA, the shipping agency, and lot of paperwork and emails and visa and shipping. So another aspect which I did not talk about is the visa. So just to give you a perspective, if for US the visitor visa time is about 1.5 years. So just as a perspective. So yeah, you need a lot of support from various entities involved to get one experiment done. So yeah, all right, thank you everyone. So this will be individual experiments. So for our case, our weight is on the order of around 130, 140 grams for our whole experiment.
I think in one group in IISc also prepared such kind of module, I think earlier.
Right.
Yeah.
So a lot of work has been done. And again, so I won't go into the details of my own experiment as of yet, but of course what we are trying to do is again slightly different from what people have done, and also a lot of detailed analysis, especially for example omics analysis.
But you can match with them what kind of differences are there and what standardization you are making for this.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we referred to a lot of literature that is there. Also, for example, ESA and NASA also have done a lot of work on similar lines. So one is of course how your experiment is different from what has already been done, so that the science progresses a little bit at the very least, and what we take from there so that we design.
So basically it's a part of a CubeSat in that experimental CubeSat or something like that?
No, it's not part of CubeSat, and again, glad that you brought that up, is that the cost of CubeSat is about...
No, it's part of the CubeSat. It will fit in that CubeSat.
No, it will not fit in the CubeSat. It will. So for our case, for example, the light is very important.
Yeah.
So it cannot go into a closed environment without light.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other question? All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering the practical aspects of preparing an experiment about the ISS. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Shashi Kumar from ICGEB only. So, Dr. Shashi Kumar is a group leader of the Metabolic Engineering Group at ICGEB, New Delhi. His research focuses on the application of synthetic biology, metabolic engineering, genome editing, and chloroplast engineering to study algae. With over 2 decades of international experience, Dr. Kumar has worked at leading research institutes. Since 2011, he has led several industry partnered projects with organizations such as Reliance Industries, Tata Steel, and CPCL to provide innovative biotech solutions for energy, experimental, and pharmaceutical challenges. So just last line. So today he'll be delivering the talk on the impact of the microgravity in ISS on edible microalgae. Please welcome him.
Thank you, organizers, Dr. Pawan, Dr. Santi, for inviting this talk. So this is the topic we have selected for this International Space Station to study the impact of microgravity in ISS on edible microalgae. And the experiment name is Space Microalgae, IND, under the Axiom Mission 4. These are the, we are the 5 PIs here. Dr. Debashish Chattopadhyay is also here. He is from NIPGR. So it's a joint work of I stand for ICGB, N stand for NIPGR, and D stand for Department of Biotechnology. So Dr. Vamsi already covered that this work is coming under the BioE3 policy, which is last year approved by Union Cabinet. So they are the 6 pillars here, and our group at ICGB involved in 5th and 6th carbon capture and this space biomanufacturing. So today I will take you to that work. This slide I just I think 1 month back we had this red wire people here to give talks. So I took this slide from them. You see that plant habitats already studied in the International Space Station. And if you see the first left one, there is a radish has been grown there, like leafy, you can see full plant. And there is this chili pepper. I'm not good in making this cursor. These chili peppers have been harvested, and the cotton plant they were not allowed there to take. So what the this Texas lab, they sent the this somatic embryo of cotton. So I can recognize this cell culture because I did PhD in cotton genetic transformation. So I know how they look like. So this is why we selecting the microalgae, because microalgae is such an organism. It has been thriving from 2 billion years on the earth in a harsh condition when human being could not survive. So they can sustain in any kind of environment. And what they like, chlamydomonas has been sent earlier by this European Space Agency. They observed that these chlamydomonas algae grow faster in space comparative to the this Earth. If you see on Earth, there is like they settle down on because of this gravitational force. So you have to continuously shake them. But in space there is no issue. They can float like human being keep on floating. You might have seen in this ISS cabin. And the microalgae are good. They can produce vital nutrients like carotenoids, astaxanthins, zeaxanthin, lutein, vitamin A to B and C, E, which are good for the well-being for the human beings to support the life in space. They can capture CO2 550 to 400 times better than the plants, and release the oxygen. They could be the sustainable food source because they have protein, fatty acid, carbohydrate. So if people are going on extended space expeditions, they can use such kind of approach. So they and this is simply the right side. You see they need simply CO2, light and water to grow and produce foods, because every time you cannot take payloads. It's difficult to take payloads if you want to stay there for long time. So you have to have some sustainable system. These are the three objectives we have proposed for this exome formations with the Isro, NASA, and using the agency red wire space. First is comparative assessment of physiochemical and morphological changes due to microgravity on algae growth and metabolism in Isis versus Earth. Second is the comparative omics study on macromolecules of algae grown in Isis versus what happened on Earth. Then selection of the most robust strains suitable for future space mission, and study if any genetic intervention is required to make them adapted for space. So these are the three most robust microalgae we are sending. The first one is in left you see the Chlorosrochiana. It can grow in any kind of wastewater, grow very fast. It's called the king of microalgae or green algae. It grow in even undiluted water, which is like a urine kind of, because this space agency has been skilled so much, they can recycle 98% water after purification. So there is not much wastewater left there. But we have this algae which can grow in the even the last 2% of what there to do something. Okay, our computer master will do. So if there is a remaining 2%, they have to discard this undiluted wastewater, which is not used, can be used to grow this algae. Parachlorocaselary, this is a marine algae, which can grow in the this again wastewater or marine water. Minimum nutrients are required. Third is Dysmorphococcus globusus. This is the microalgae we have screened from the foothill of Himalayan regions, which produce monoesters. Monoesters are have very great bioavailability as if taken as astaxanthin. The astaxanthin produced synthetically, they are the like mesomers or have the mixtures. Their bioavailability is only 50%. So, and they are not allowed for human consumption. And these algae producing astaxanthin, they are so powerful antioxidant. Even they are reported like 1,000 times more powerful antioxidant than vitamin E. So what we are hoping that under stress condition, they take 25 days on the Earth. So maybe under cosmic or microgravity stress, we can produce within a week convert this algae into astaxanthin, which is useful for making the strong muscles, because muscles keep on getting of astronaut loose when they are in the ISS station. And the other good features that if you see these red salmon fish, they swim because they eat this astaxanthin producing algae. they can swim against the stream because of this astaxanthin making their muscles strong. And third is in the space, these astronauts' eye get spread because there is not much muscular control. So maybe such kind of biological fortification of food using this astaxanthin may help to control these muscles to avoid the atrophy. So briefly, this methodology is the part that these are the 50 ml bags. If you see in the top, 30 ml culture will send like this, labeled with different colors with the names, and once after growth of 9 days or 13 days something, the 2 ml culture will be harvested. After dewatering, it will be frozen and it will come to our lab in a frozen state. And this SVT, EVT, Dr. Shri Srivastava already discussed in details. This Dr. Prachi is a one-man army in our lab who has been doing all this SVT, EVT. We are the first one who has sent the sample to the red wires for this testing purpose. So this Tushar and Javier were telling. So methodology, like I'm not going in much details. It's like same set of samples will be stay on in the lab, mimicking the same conditions, and half the cultures will go to the space, and then they will return, and some frozen sample will also return, so that we can study that what are the differences in RNA levels, which are the genes overexpressed, which were not expressed much there. What are the changes in the proteins level and metabolites we can study under microgravity. And physiology, morphology, is there any, these algae are in the same shape what we have on the earth, or their shape is changed, their size is, diameter size is same, or what is the viability of these cells, and what is the impact on lipids. So all these parameters we have proposed to study on these algae, which will be sent in the 3 set to the exome formation. So these are the deliverables. We are hoping that comparative data will help to improve algae via genetic intervention for better survival in space and the production of novel molecule of industrial importance. Waste to taste, we can say recycling of CO2 into oxygen and generate edible biomass for extended space expedition. Sustainability, selection of robust alga for future use in space for sustainable food. So this is the one issue can resolve using algae also. Currently we see that that CO2 level in ISS cabin is 10 times higher than on Earth. It's 400 ppm in Earth, whereas in space it is 3000 to 6000 ppm. So it's very high CO2 level. CO2 level increase in microgravity because it's not going anywhere. Whoever is humans beings releasing this CO2, so it's not going, it's just stagnant there. So this impair the cerebrovascular autoregulation and impact cognitive and psychomotor functioning. Sometimes they cannot think properly. So, and what they're doing, they are currently capturing this CO2 through geolites, and through vacuum they release outside the ISS cabin in space. That is also energy intensive processing. So what we can do, that we can take this through vacuum, this supplied to this algae, where the CO2 will help to growth and convert into food, and this in reverse, in lieu they will produce oxygen. So you can add you can take out 1 glass of water daily, add 1 glass of water, empty water there. So every day you can have 1 glass from 1 pot every day as a nutrition, as well as producing oxygen in cost effective manners. So sustainability can be achieved that microalgae grow fast in microgravity, under microgravity, and the 4 to 5% CO2 promote the good growth of algae. CO2 can be fixed into food while producing vital nutrients and low cost oxygen production. I think oxygen is also produced artificially there, right? Recycle. Fuel cell. This I need to learn. So with this I would like to say thank you. Thanks to ICGB and DBT for supporting this program, and Dr.
Sample will come from there with a standard sample. So you will also perform the test here with the dry sample and all.
Yes.
So that you can compare it with the standard sample.
Yes, yes. We will have the same samples on Earth also, and we have this chamber. Same condition will manage, but whatever happen in space, that will, by comparing, we will come to know that these genes are overexpressed, these genes are suppressed. No, same title level. Medicine, no, medicine we are not doing here.
Just taking raw and you may get the oxygen level high in your body or something like that.
No, we're not feeding it. We just testing. First, we want to see which algae. If they are behaving the same, because in under microgravity there will be definitely many changes in protein level, RNA level, and metabolites level. So we want to first check which will be the best algae. We will choose that one and work on to for future. That is the and this sample we are sending to with the help of Isro to Redwire, and Redwire take to the NASA. So with these three agency, we keep on doing every week online meeting around 7:30 every Thursday. So we might have had like our 100 meetings something so far. So thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Due to the time constraint, we'll take the questions at the T session, and there are also a slight adjustment in the schedule. So we'll be proceeding with the talk of online talk of Dr. Arvind Ramanathan. So we welcome Dr. Arvind Ramanathan from Brick Instem, Bangalore, to deliver his talk. Dr. Arvind Ramanathan is a principal investigator at Instem, Bangalore, where he leads investigations into the metabolic regulation of tissue homeostasis during injury, environmental stress, and aging. His research bridges basic biology with translational applications with a focus on maintaining skeletal muscle health and function across the human lifespan. So today he will be delivering the online talk on mapping effect of microgravity on stem cells implications for space biotechnology. Welcome, Dr. Arvind Ramanathan.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Can you see my slide?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Fantastic. First of all, let me just say I'm so grateful for this invitation to be part of this austere group. And I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person. I was really looking forward to it. But we are in the last stages of this things, preparing for the mission to ship things. And so we have been working hard. So I couldn't leave the lab. But I'm really excited to share our findings and really to looking forward to seeing where these kinds of studies which bridge biology and space health and space biotechnology, biomanufacturing can go. So let me start the talk by first saying something that you have heard a lot during this time, that in fact we know there are complex physiological changes that occur in microgravity, and number of tissues, including the musculoskeletal system, are highly affected during microgravity. It's well known, and as much as 20% of these of our skeletal muscle can be lost under microgravity. About the ISS, it's been seen that And it's amazing that the people who suffer from this are actually you would say the alpha of our species, fighter pilots and amazing people. So if we really need to move towards space tourism and more normal people visiting space, this is going to be a huge issue in terms of how the body is going to be able to withstand these physiological changes. There's multiple efforts happening in this area. Our laboratory at INSTEM is very much interested in the musculoskeletal aspects of it, using in vitro, in vivo approaches to really try to pick what are the dysfunctions. And I'll get a little more into detail on the process, the project, and the questions that we're going to be specifically asking. So one of the aspects that among the many physiological changes that occur during microgravity is that our regenerative capacity, it seems, is diminished. Many interesting things have been found in the context of erythrocytes and inflammatory cells and so on. But specifically, I think we are trying to uncover the underlying principles by which other stem cells, including our skeletal muscle stem cells, are affected in microgravity. And the hope here and the aim here is twofold: to really map the fundamental changes that occur in mammalian cells and stem cells and proliferative cells that occur under microgravity. And if we can map these changes, if we understand what are the specific signaling pathways, molecules that are affected by microgravity, we could try to target them for space health. And the other aspect I really wanted to emphasize in the context of this symposium is that really understanding how mammalian cells are affected by microgravity also impacts a lot in terms of how we're going to be using mammalian cells for biomanufacturing and so on. Because if the behavior of proliferative cells, stem cells, protein producing cells, biological producing cells are different under microgravity, we really need to understand why it is so that we can optimize and engineer mammalian cells appropriately. So which is what this essentially says, that through our kinds of studies, we are studying stem cells, but I think there are fundamental things we're going to understand about other proliferative mammalian cells, about how they behave under microgravity, and that by understanding their behavior and by specifically engineering those molecules and those pathways that are affected, can we optimize the growth of mammalian cells under microgravity so that in the future, now we can very efficiently produce things that we need, either for use in space or back on Earth, which could be a production of biologics if they need to be produced in space, cell replacement therapies if they are required. And specifically, we know now that the spheroids and organoids, that's a lot of effort at INSTEM and many other places to build these organoid technologies using 3D printing and so on, that if we really do try to understand how cells form spheroids, collections of cells form organoids, then we might be able to, in a very specific way, be able to engineer. So that is what we are hoping to get out of it. The first thing, though we are studying skeletal muscle cells, I think there are some fundamental things that are still conserved. For instance, it has been known that under microgravity, there is a decrease in stemness of these cells. I'll try to get a pointer, but yes, there's a decrease in stemness of these cells, as in that if you expose them to microgravity, either in a clinostat, and there have been a number of other studies that have been done. I do not believe this has been done in the ISS before, which is what we're going to do. There is an understanding that these markers of stem cells, for instance, MPAC7 and others, and their proliferative capacity and all are decreased, and thereby their ability to differentiate into full myotubes are decreased. And I would like you to understand the gravity of the situation, no pun intended, that if in fact the ability of stem cells to activate and heal are diminished in space and microgravity, this is a great danger, in that if the healing of injuries, healing of muscle and other things are slowed down, we really need to understand how, and more importantly, how to accelerate that in microgravity. And some more other evidence from other papers that in fact the formation of myotubes and so on are decreased under microgravity. So why is this? Why is muscle degeneration? And I think in connection, other kind of stem cells, other kind of regenerative cells, tissues also, why is their regeneration diminished under microgravity? What are the key cellular features that might be changing? The current understanding that tells us is that there is a remarkable change, remodeling in the extracellular matrix proteins, and that they behave in different ways in terms of how they, at least through microscopy and so on, either the expression or their clustering of these some proteins like fibronectin, laminin are impacted under microgravity, which might explain certain aspects. So overall, there is many of these studies, I think one or two have been done about the ISS, but mostly using the clinostats, that there is a dysfunction in cytoskeletal reorganization. And if we really try to understand what this dysfunction is, what the signaling is, we might be able to directly improve the proliferation and behavior of mammalian cells. So the other thing that really seems to emerge very interestingly is the clustering of mitochondria that occur in microgravity. Of course, this might be related very much to the cytoskeletal reorganization, which is also very deeply connected to the mitochondria. But that is also a very interesting aspect in microgravity that happens in terms of mitochondrial clustering. And that itself might be, we really don't understand why there is a bioenergetic dysfunction under microgravity, but it could very well be that these are all connected together in some sort of a complex way to lead some kind of a mitochondrial cytoskeleton. But overall, one of the things that we really want to test is how, based on some studies, most have been done in clinostats, if in fact it is true that mitochondrial dysfunction, mitochondrial biogenesis through PGC1 alpha is diminished, whether association of these mitochondria and the behavior of VDAC proteins is decreased. So our first hypothesis here essentially is, we know that mitochondrial function is required for muscle regeneration. It's been shown in multiple studies, including in our labs. So overall, what we want to test here in our studies about the ISS, among many other things which I will come to, is that what are the mitochondrial and energetic related effects that are happening under microgravity, and how are these connected to microtubule reorganization, and whether this in fact could be one of the pathways that we could control, whether we could target either using supplements or small molecules that might now start promoting the function of mammalian cells in general, but specifically in this context, myoblasts to regenerate into muscle tissue. That's one of the important things that we're very interested in testing this hypothesis. Now, one thing I do want to allude to is that one of the things that's missing that we are really doing in the lab now is that before we go to put cells into the ISS to understand these systems, whether we can mimic microgravity on the bench and try to get some clues so that we can design finer experiments when we go to the ISS. So we have developed, the patent is moving forward, but we have developed a clinostat in the lab called ClinoStem, which is a 3D clinostat that we have just built using Raspberry Pi and multiple off-the-shelf components to essentially produce microgravity on the bench, where we can grow some muscle cells, mammalian cells, to really try to target some pathways or certain signaling mechanisms that could later on be tested about the ISS. And we're in the process of doing that before our samples get there. So overall, what we want to do is build a clinostat that can mimic microgravity under space, on the bench, and then most importantly, that these are compatible with cell culture, multiple different cell types that are robust over days, that can now really start accelerating how we try to study the effect of microgravity on mammalian cells specifically. Of course, it can be used for other cells. So overall, we have built a very nice clinostat with a very robust aluminum, carbon fiber components, which are fairly water resistant and are able to now start growing cells under microgravity in tissue culture. Just to give you an idea of this instrument, I'm unable to play the video. Maybe. Oh no, okay. Yeah. So essentially, as you can tell, that it's spinning in two axes as a 3D clinostat, and what you have in the middle there is essentially accelerometer. So you won't be able to read it there, but essentially the kind of output we get on Bluetooth is that one is the gravity that we experience, but over time, as you're spinning this clinostat, the accelerometer at the center starts experiencing less and less microgravity, to the point where after about a few minutes, we have about 0.03 Gs that's there. So now, using these kinds of small clinostats, we can start experimenting and actually start looking at signaling effects of microgravity on the bench. So essentially, we have done cumulative characterization of cumulative Gs using different RPMs, and we are in a process of provisional patent application for this instrument. And among all the wonderful things I've heard of the speakers here today and their work, it could be a really interesting collaboration to now start mimicking and testing all the hypotheses that were talked about over the bench so that we can use these clinostats, scale them up, and really start assisting cell line engineering and understanding the behavior of multiple cell types, including mammalian cells, under microgravity. So last part of the talk, I'm just going to tell you what our project about the ISS on Axiom-4 is about, that we're getting ready with, is that, of course, just like other people in this symposium, we have also been working very closely with ISRO, the BioServe, who's like a NASA contractor, and others, to really design this experiment in such a way. And it's been a huge learning experience. I'm so grateful for this experience and their time to help us understand how to grow muscle stem cells in space, differentiate them, and really try to get some biological understanding. I'll show you some data that we have. Essentially, as I had said, this is images that we got from the NASA website, which you can tell quite dramatically how much atrophy can happen in microgravity. So it is, as we said, a real important challenge to try to understand why is it that mammalian cells behave differently under microgravity, and specifically in this case, why are satellite cells not be able to activate it under microgravity as efficiently to regenerate muscle, and what can we do about it? So essentially, the two questions are hopefully from this experiment, which I'll show you. We will try to understand what are the pathways that could be sensing microgravity, and are there molecular signals, and more importantly, supplements that we could engineer that could promote regeneration in space. And those are the two things that we are going to understand in our Axiom-4 experiment. Essentially, the experiment being, we will have a terrestrial control of stem cells that will be induced to differentiate. We will be adding supplements, which I will talk to you about, which in our laboratory, at least under normal gravity, really do seem to improve regeneration. And why we chose two supplements, I could answer in the question, because there are a number of experimental limitations. There might be supplements that might be excellent, but might not have the kind of stability and other experimental limitations about the ISS. But so we have chosen a few supplements essentially where we know that they increase regeneration in normal gravity, and we would like to see if these kinds of pathways could be engaged to improve regeneration also under microgravity. And of course, we will be getting samples back and doing deep molecular characterization, proteomics and metabolomics and mRNA profiling to understand what these pathways could be. So for instance, I mean, it's been a very good learning experience about growing cells in these biocells. You understand that in microgravity, the pipette men don't work. So there are ways by which we need to change media and seed cells. There are these biocells that they have kindly provided us with these environmentally controlled habitats that we have been doing our EVTs on. That it took many months, but we have optimized the coating of these biocells with matrigel and other ECM proteins in order for muscle cells to be able to adhere, proliferate. And then now we have finished the EVT to show that we can actually differentiate these cells under the biocells, and try these two supplements in the laboratory. One is taurine, the other is 7,8-DHF. I'll just hit those. So essentially, as you can tell, this took a long time to get to, but essentially on day 0, on the day the astronauts see these cells, this is what the myoblasts look like. And as you can tell, there are individual myoblasts. And at that point on this day, the astronaut changes this to a differentiating medium using IGF-2 and a couple of other growth factors. And over time now, over 8 days, these cells go from individual myoblasts into completely fused contractile myotubes as they are in the body, which is what human satellite cells are supposed to do. They're supposed to proliferate and then fuse into new muscle fibers. And this is an example of some of the muscle fibers that we see in these biocells. So blue color are these DAPIs. Essentially, what you're seeing here are not individual cells, but fused myotubes, which have multiple nuclei. So we have optimized our protocols in order to be able to do muscle regeneration using these biocells. And now what we will be doing is using these biocells to test a couple of supplements. And this is just to show you that we have optimized the biocells to form human myotubes. And then we will be testing two supplements which work excellently in our lab right now under these biocell conditions to enhance regeneration. One of them is a very easily available and orally available supplement that's routinely taken called taurine. and we have been studying what this compound does, and it has remarkable effects. The other one is another compound we have been studying, which essentially activates the BDNF receptor, TRKB, in satellite cells and promotes regeneration. And what we have essentially done in our laboratory is to show that treatment with these supplements increase the fusion index and formation of myotubes, at least under terrestrial gravity. And the goal now is to be able to design this experiment in microgravity about the ISS. And so we have done the same thing in multiple contexts. And this is just to show you two slides that using the biocells that were provided to us, we have been able to fully optimize the growth, differentiation of human muscle cells in these biocells. And here is a control. And then as you add increasing levels of taurine, you can, even by eye, see that there is an increase in the formation of myotubes. So this is where we are, and this is the completion of the EVT. And the lack of time, I'll just end this talk and be happy to take questions and really acknowledge my lab, especially Pushpita, who's again been a one-man army in the lab, developing all of these small aspects to cross the EVT threshold to enable us to now take these samples to the ISS. And of course, the Department of Biotechnology, INSTEM, ISRO, NASA, and BioServe, the contractor, to really take us through this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful talk. So do we have any questions for Dr. Arvind?
Is this muscle damage in space is similar to Guillain-Barré syndrome? Guillain-Barré syndrome, where the muscle damages also occurs. What is the difference between Guillain-Barré syndrome and this damages occur in the space, microgravity space?
That's an excellent question. And off the top of my head, I will say I don't know, but I'll just speculate on a few things. Unlike many of these others, I'm not aware of the exact mechanistic or genetic basis of the syndrome, but I believe what is happening in space is the lack of microgravity leading to sensing via the ECM and leading to unlike in those syndromes which have other causes where there is no ECM involvement as far as I know, I think it is driven mostly by microgravity sensing. And the mystery, of course, is how are the cells sensing microgravity, which is leading to this dysfunction? But hopefully we'll find out all those interesting answers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arvind. Thank you very much. I think we'll go for the next talk now.
Thank you, Arvind, sir. The work that you are doing is really inspiring, and especially that clinostat part. So it's time to connect with an ESA scientist now. Professor Michael Galinsky is here. Professor Michael is a renowned expert in biomaterials and tissue engineering, but currently serving as professor and head of the Center for Translational Bone, Joint, and Soft Tissue Research at the Medical Facility of TU Dresden. His work bridges fundamental material sciences with cutting-edge clinical applications, particularly in regenerative medicines and biofabrications. He is a fellow of Biomaterial Science and Engineering, FBSc, and honorary fellow of Society for Biomaterials and Artificial Organs, India. His research spans biomaterials design, tissue engineering, 3D bioprinting, and bone mineralization, with growing emphasis on space biomanufacturing. Today we'll be talking on 3D bioprinting in space. Please welcome Professor Michael.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
But can you also see my slides? Because I do not see in the Teams window yet.
We can see the slide, Professor Galinsky. This is Abhishek. I was contacting you. We can see the slides.
Perfect. That's good. I don't see them on the Teams, but if you see them, that's perfect. Yeah. So first of all, of course, many thanks to the organizers to invite me to this really interesting event. I have to mention maybe at the beginning that I am not an ESA researcher. I am heading as already mentioned, an institute at Dresden University of Technology, but we are closely collaborating both with ESA and the German Space Agency now since a couple of years. As not everyone will know, Dresden, we are located in the south of the eastern part of Germany. Dresden is one of the is a capital of one of the German states, and we are close to the border to Poland and the Czech Republic. The lab has a quite broad focus on several topics. We are originating in biomaterials developments, have made a number of scaffolds over the years, co-culture models, have access to animal models, but one of maybe the most important or biggest part of our work is dedicated to additive manufacturing and especially to 3D bioprinting. And this also is the topic which brought us in contact with space research. For sure, I don't have to explain additive manufacturing, 3D printing. This is definitely not a novel technology anymore. How we can utilize it for making artificial tissues, how we can utilize it in tissue engineering, there are two main opportunities. One is, of course, to utilize one of the many 3D printing methods for making well-defined biomaterial scaffolds, which then can be seeded, mostly still manually with cells, to achieve a three-dimensional cell, or maybe we can call it even tissue construct or tissue model. In contrast, in case of bioprinting, the live cells are integrated in the printing process, most commonly together with suitable biomaterials, in most cases hydrogels or hydrogel forming precursors. And so within one process step, we can directly generate cell-laden constructs, which seems on the first view not to be really super revolutionary. However, as most of these printers nowadays have more than one printhead, we now can make more complex tissue models, combining different cell types, and each cell type can be positioned in really optimized microenvironments, meaning we can select suitable hydrogels mimicking the respective extracellular matrix in these more complex tissue models consisting of different cell types and therefore also material components. There is not one bioprinting technology, but already quite a number of different ones. One can use stereolithography-based methods, also including live cells. Inkjet related, there are methods based on utilization of laser, like the laser-induced forward transfer. But majority of labs are using extrusion bioprinting, which is just the release of an hydrogel in most cases laden with cells, very similar to the release of toothpaste on the brush, but of course done in an automated manner and in a 3D printer so that the whole fabrication process can be highly controlled. There are other methods like the volumetric bioprinting developed quite recently, and logically more will come up in future. In my own lab, we have developed quite a number of tissue models over the years. So we have successfully extrusion bioprinted different cell types. Don't want to mention them now. And as there was one talk about microalgae before, we also used microalgae and plant cells, in the meanwhile also bacteria for successful 3D bioprinting. And in case of microalgae and plant cells, we have been the first worldwide publishing on that and continuing this till now, also doing co-cultures of algae and human cells. So this is also one of the research topics in our lab, which for sure also are of interest for applications in space. However, we also can make more complex tissue models with bioprinting. For example, for really very complex tissues, organs like our liver. Logically, we have to very much simplify here the tissue to be able to mimic it with a bioprinting process. And in my lab, we have focused on the liver sinusoidal functional unit, but still need to simplify that further. And for this approach, we have utilized core shell or coaxial bioprinting, meaning we have extruded two different cell-laden bioinks through coaxial nozzles, and doing that, of course, we can achieve strands which have a core shell morphology and assemble those with the help of the bioprinter to three-dimensional objects. What we have done here specifically, just to show you one example how to utilize bioprinting for a bit more complex tissue models, we have embedded hepatocytes in the shell compartment of our core shell strand and a co-culture of fibroblasts and endothelial cells in the core. For that, we had to develop a specific and quite low viscous bioink, which cannot be printed standalone, but encapsulated in this quite viscous, or to say stiff, shell environment. This bioink is nicely suitable and provides the suitable low viscosity also for the generation of microvascular networks from this co-culture of endothelial cells and fibroblasts. The 3D bioprinted construct is, for example, looking like this here, and we could demonstrate that nicely the endothelial cells supported by the fibroblasts generated just by self-assembly these microvascular networks. If we now also include hepatocytes in the shell part, we nicely can generate these tissue model with the microvascular network in the core and the albumin-positive hepatocyte clusters in the shell. So both in very close vicinity, but nevertheless in different compartments of these coaxial strands. Now going into space or towards space, I don't need to tell you as space experts that for the upcoming novel deep space exploratory missions, so humans back to Moon and maybe in the future then also towards Mars, we need to develop solutions in general, so technical solutions, but also solutions for healthcare, which are completely independent from Earth, as there will be no easy and fast return opportunities. Also, the European Space Agency, of course, has realized that there is a lot of work also concerning 3D printing of materials for generating spare parts of the spaceships, of the rovers, whatever, during spaceflight, but also the agency developed interest in bioprinting. And so we had the chance, and why is that? Because there are really a lot of different opportunities for bioprinting in space. Very fundamental, of course, there is a general understanding in the meanwhile that three-dimensional tissue models do mimic the real tissue significantly better than just two-dimensional cell cultures on plastic surfaces, for example, and logically bioprinting is one opportunity to generate such three-dimensional models. As I've mentioned and also demonstrated with this liver model example, there are very good opportunities to combine different cell types and also materials for more complex tissue models, also in comparison to traditional tissue engineering, in which a really highly defined placement of different cell types is very demanding. Logically, also cell aggregates or even organoids can be utilized for bioprinting. We ourselves, for example, have bioprinted pancreatic islets, aiming in a novel diabetes therapy. And as bioprinting is at least a semi-automated fabrication opportunity, it's of course very beneficial for application in space because it does need less crew time compared to a completely manual assembly process. Microgravity in space should facilitate also the printing of hollow objects. Think about a human heart, for example, and it should also allow the utilization of low viscous bioinks, which both is not easily possible on Earth because of gravity and the risk of collapse of such structures. Possible applications are logically at the beginning basic research, better understanding of the behavior of cells, but not of single cells, but of cells really in such a tissue-like multicellular environments. However, there is the hope that in future bioprinting also could contribute to the possible treatment of injured or ill astronauts on these long-term far distance space missions. And if we are now thinking about bioprinting of non-mammalian cells, for example, photosynthetic active microalgae, plant-derived cells, we can think about integration in life support systems, wastewater treatment, maybe even up to food production, as it was mentioned before in the talk about microalgae. We had the chance to investigate all that in a small ESA project, which started already in 2018. And we published the result in a first paper. And based on this initial study, then, ESA really wanted to continue with bioprinting. A little bit more information on that in a minute. What already is in place? The first experiment, which was not really bioprinting, but fits to the bigger picture of biofabrication, has been done by Russian scientists and the Russian Space Agency already in 2018. They launched the so-called Organaut to ISS, and this device, magnetic levitation, was utilized to assemble cells to a bigger cell aggregate, which then was cultivated for a limited time period. This has been published, no time to speak about that. And this was not printing, but magnetic levitation. Then a private company-driven initiative in the US started to assemble a bioprinter now for the US National Lab at ISS, company TechShot, that then later was acquired by Redwire, and that was launched in 2019. Give a little bit more information about that in a minute. We also participated in an experiment performed by the German Space Agency and company OHB on a manual, very much simplified type of bioprinter for this treatment of superficial skin wounds. Also, a little bit more information on that in a minute. Yeah, and then in December 22, the contracts were signed between ESA and an industry consortium led at that time by the Belgian company Kinetic, which then also was acquired by Redwire for the development of a completely novel hardware called 3D Biosystem, which should have consisted of a 3D bioprinter, a quite flexible device with 3 print heads and a 3D culture system. And I was quite heavily involved in that development. Unfortunately, because of problems on the side of the company, this project was terminated end of last year. So that will not happen. We will not have access to this device. Which really is a pity. There was another study developed by Chinese researchers. They launched a fully automated bioprinting system with a satellite and studied their development of a cancer model, a lung cancer model, and also investigated sensitivity of these cells to an anti-cancer drug. Also, this already has been published. And fortunately, now there is another European bioprinter development by this German SME company Yuri. They already have started now to build an alternative, but much smaller, not so flexible device, which hopefully will be ready maybe end of 26. So very brief information about the US system. As I mentioned, has been launched already in 2019, was not really very functional at the beginning, so it was brought back to Earth, refurbished, and then brought back to space in 22. Maybe you will get more information about that system in one of the talks from the colleagues from NASA after the tea break. However, there is one first paper published end of last year, and there was a quite simple meniscus tissue model as utilizing this biofabrication facility, how they call this system. Just took one image out of the publication. So this here was the sample, the tissue model printed at the ISS in microgravity. This is the model printed using the same type of printer, but on ground, so with a ground model. And this is the meniscus model as it originally was planned to look like, so printed with a better bioprinter, with a normal bioprinter on ground. So you see better the shape of the meniscus. However, it was working, it could be printed and then also brought back to Earth for further analysis. Not the time to go into details, just want to show you the experimental flow plan. And yeah, I hope you can realize that this is a very complex experiment, even as it was only printing of one cell type with one biomaterial, cultivation of a short time period of 15 days. Nevertheless, very complex to really organize it, to launch all the necessary components and so on. And this, of course, is one of the limiting factors for doing bioprinting in space. One slide about the Chinese study, also quite complex. And the biggest demand here, of course, was that it was performed in a satellite. So it needed to be a fully automated system. They launched a co-culture of a human lung cancer cell with cancer-supporting fibroblasts, cisplatin sensitive and non-sensitive cell type, and then mostly based on fluorescent microscopy, they observed the development of the cells over time, and the data, of course, was needed to be transmitted back to Earth. They faced some problems with the imaging. So the imaging you also can find in this publication taken in the satellite were not really very sharp. Even they spend a lot of time to have an satellite compatible autofocus system. All this is described well in the paper, but at least in principle it was working, and they could perform both the bioprinting and then also the further analysis of the cells. So very brief information about this planned European system, which then unfortunately was not followed further. It should have been integrated in the BioLab. In the ESA Columbus module, the system should have been combined from a bioprinter unit. This is this part here with a cell culture unit, also consisting of or including centrifuges, so that gravity, Earth, Moon, Mars, whatever could have been simulated. And after printing, the astronaut would have needed to manually collect the sample here and put it into the cultivation unit for further culture. The bioprinter should have been based on a commercially available machine from the Finnish company Printer. We tested this device successfully in a parabolic flight experiment last year, September, in France. Worked very well, and also no problems with the severe gravity changes, which of course occurred during these parabolic flights. And if this system really would have been launched then to ISS, we would have had nice research opportunities doing bioprinting in space, further cultivate these for several weeks in the cultivation system, even with simulated gravity, bringing the samples back either with fixed cells or maybe even with living cells. But yeah, unfortunately, the development has been stopped. Really frustrating for us researchers, and also astonishing, because what I have mentioned was that the company in Belgium that got the contract and a lot of money from ESA has been acquired by Redwire. Redwire has a running 3D bioprinter at the ISS. So obviously there was no information exchange between Redwire Europe and Redwire US, even before Trump was elected. Therefore, at the end, the company failed to really do that hardware in time. And so ESA need to stop it, as there was no chance to launch it in a useful time window. ESA has set up a number of so-called ground-based facilities for bioprinting, and my lab is one of those. So everyone interested in doing bioprinting in space, but not having the equipment in their own lab now can ask ESA for funding, and then doing the ground experiments in one of these labs well distributed throughout Europe. So finally, very brief information about this one experiment in space. We also participated in utilizing this so-called handheld bioprinter. It's not really a printer because it's a device which needs to be driven by hand. It's a quite simple device. Nevertheless, simple devices work best in space, as you all know, by moving it to the right. 2 syringes are manually emptied, and then the content, 2 hydrogels, are released through layers which are located on top of each other. So here are the 2 syringes, and in 2 layers the materials are released, aiming, of course, in treatment of superficial skin wounds. The lower layer, 2 different designs, should contain live fibroblasts in a suitable bioink, whereas the upper layer is the cross-linking gel. And here, alginate-based bioinks have been used, so the cross-linking gel just contains calcium chloride, so that the calcium ions diffused from the cross-linking gel layer into the bioink layer and solidified that within a couple of minutes. At the ISS, this device was tested successfully by the German astronaut Matthias Maurer. As there was a very short time for preparation of this experiment, not live cells could be used due to safety reasons. So the cells have been replaced by fluorescent microparticles. And we then got the samples back to our lab and checked the distribution of the particles, which was quite homogeneous. However, we also have utilized this handheld printer successfully with live cells. So this is compatible with live cells. The cells survive the extrusion process well. And we also published one first paper on this topic. A second one is in preparation. That is what I wanted to share with you. We already, as I mentioned, published a small number of papers, and if you are interested, you easily could logically look them up. Also looking into the storage of these cell-laden bioinks for utilization in space. And with this, I want to thank you for your kind attention. Logically, I want to thank the funding agency, especially the German Space Agency and the European Space Agency, and I want to thank you for your attention. And of course, would be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
So in case we have any questions, please.
Hello, sir. You have chosen the hepatic cell as a bioink because of its regenerative capacity. And if you are using another material along with this hepatic cell just to keep it vitality and regenerative things in the bioink to heal the process.
Sorry, I could not understand the question clearly. Could it maybe be repeated from the other microphone, because that was clearly understandable to me before. That would be very helpful. Sorry for that.
Sir, you have chosen the liver cell for bioink just because of its regenerative capacity, or because of just keep it vitality, and how you are using it, because, and what is the success rate currently for this 3D bioprinting?
Yeah, so the liver model here, we have utilized a very stable, robust, cancer-derived stem cell line, HepG2, which is very common in liver research. However, as it is cancer-derived, of course, it does not mimic the healthy liver very, very well. And this we have embedded in a bioink consisting of alginate, methyl cellulose, which is just acting as a thickener, increasing viscosity, but which is getting leached out over time as it's not cross-linked. And these 2 biopolymer components have been dissolved in human blood plasma. That we have just used as the solvent to make the inks, but logically it also contains a lot of proteins and therefore also attachment sites for the cells. And in this bioink, the cells developed quite nicely. This is for now just a model for basic research. So now we want to replace this HepG2 cells by HepRG, which are non-cancer derived, but still a cell line. And then over time, of course, we are hoping to also be able to utilize it for example, drug testing. And on the long run, we are hoping to really integrate primary liver cells, and then maybe also from patients. We have, of course, good connections here to our liver experts in the university hospital. And so in the long run, maybe we even could start to set up individualized liver models, yeah, with patients with liver diseases. Hope that answered your question. Thank you.
So, thank you, Professor Gelensky, for joining us across time zones and sharing the European perspective on space biotechnology. We'll now have a break for tea and refreshments. Please rejoin us at 4 p.m. for the NASA scientists' presentations. Thank you so much. Thank you.
join a little bit later, just depending on her schedule.
Yeah, because we are sorry to inconvenience you because of the timing.
No, not to worry at all. This is just a little bit early. Not to worry at all. Thank you for being accommodating.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just we'll hold on for 2 minutes, then we'll start.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to try and share my screen just to test that in the meantime, if that's okay?
Yeah, please. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Oh, perfect. It's visible.
Right.
Just couple of minutes and we'll start that. Thank you.
All right. Oops. I'm going to escape for a second.
Welcome back, everyone. We now have the honor of connecting with our colleagues from NASA. First, I invite Dr. Liz Warren from the International Space Station, Houston, to deliver her presentation. Liz Warren, PhD, is the International Space Station Associate Chief Scientist with the expertise in the effects of space flight on human physiology and microgravity sciences. She brings a wealth of experience from over 25 years of spaceflight research involvement, including space shuttle missions, the Mir space station, and ISS. For her doctoral work, she investigated the effects of gravity as a continuum on energy balance in rodents. She completed postdoctoral work in cancer biology at the San Francisco Veterans Affairs Laboratory of Cell Growth and in the Neuroscience Laboratory at NASA's Johnson Space Center. Dr. Warren has performed a variety of spaceflight research roles as an operations lead for NASA's Human Research Program, managing microgravity research for the ISS National Laboratory as a senior program director at the Center for the Advancement of Science in Space, and as the chief scientist for NASA's Human Health and Performance Contract. She is the recipient of NASA's Exceptional Public Achievement Medal. Welcome, ma'am. So I request you can proceed. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today with you. And let me make sure I can get my presentation to change here. Thank you for that kind introduction. It's exciting for me to speak to you about the International Space Station. It truly is a modern marvel and a shining example and a representative of how people can come together and use human ingenuity and innovation to build great things, to cooperate and to advance knowledge. So orbiting, about 250 miles above our planet, space station carries an impressive array of research facilities. It is a laboratory in space supporting hundreds of experiments at any time across every scientific discipline. So let's see if I can actually change my slides here. Advance. So I'll start with kind of a brief history, and I'll tell you some examples of biomanufacturing research on the space station, and then we'll have some time for questions and answers. So just very briefly, the first components of the International Space Station were launched in 1998 and involved major partners, the United States, Russia, Canada, Japan, and the participating countries of the European Space Agency. The ISS is one of the most complex international collaborations ever attempted, and it has been continuously occupied since November of 2000. So we're really excited about coming up, about celebrating our 25th anniversary just later this year. It took a while to build the space station. The large modules that you see and other pieces of station hardware were delivered on 42 assembly flights. 37 of those flights were on space shuttles, and 5 on Russian Proton and Soyuz rockets. Every 24 hours, every day, the space station, as it orbits the Earth at about 17,500 miles per hour, experiences 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets. So it orbits 16 times. And then just some perspective facts. The space station is about the size of an American football field. Pretty similar to a soccer pitch. Its pressurized volume, generally the cylindrical can-like items in the picture you see, have the equivalent interior volume of a large building, we say it's like about a 6-bedroom house. It's a really large house, and it's in a unique orbit around the Earth at about 52 degrees inclination, which, as the Earth turns and the space station orbits, means that the ISS overflies or sees about 90% of Earth's populated areas, which makes it a really great platform for studying the Earth and Earth's populated areas. The International Space Station has an international crew of up to 7 people living and working aboard. But it's got visitors from many countries. About 270 people have visited from more than 20 countries and have visited either for a few days or lived there for weeks. Most of those, of course, are from the 5 primary agencies and 15 operating countries of the International Space Station. But as you know, later this spring, the first Indian astronaut will visit the space station on Axiom's 4th private astronaut mission. So that is really exciting, and congratulations to you. So I want to mostly spend my time talking about the benefits of doing research in space. And I know that Davide and Rose, the next speakers, will also address these points. It bears repeating because it's really, you have to change the way you think a little bit to take advantage of microgravity and spaceflight in your research. Primarily, there are like 3 unique propositions offered by microgravity research on the space station. The first, sustained microgravity. Unlike some of the ground analogs that can produce very short bouts of microgravity, or unlike some simulators on the ground that can produce microgravity-like environments, this is sustained microgravity where you can have multiple, it's an entire laboratory in microgravity, which makes it pretty unique. In addition, there are some really unique extreme conditions outside of the space station where research can occur. And of course, combining all of these unique conditions make it really unique, and I'll talk a little bit about those. And then the third is the vantage point. I mentioned it's about 250 miles above the surface of the Earth. I mentioned that its inclination produces an orbit that covers 90% of Earth's habited, populated areas. And so it provides an opportunity to study our own planet and to study Earth. But back to microgravity. Microgravity has just profound effects on physical systems. Surface tension and capillarity dominate fluid behavior. Buoyancy-driven convection doesn't exist. There's an absence of buoyancy-driven convection. Other types of convection still exist, but now they're more prominent, like Marangoni convection. Hot air does not rise and cold air doesn't fall, so we see very interesting effects with combustion, for example, and also the mixing of fluids. Microgravity also then has profound effects on living systems, from microbes to cells to animals to humans, entire humans. There are changes that are brought about by microgravity. Essentially, I like to tell other researchers, other scientists, that conducting research in microgravity is like looking at your science with an entirely new lens of discovery. So I think I'll stop with that and let Davide and Rose also talk a little bit about some of the benefits and why we do research in microgravity. From a human physiology perspective, which is near and dear to my heart, living in space also has some profound effects on the human body. This induces a number of physiological changes in our astronauts. And not all of them are effects that we like to see. They can be deleterious, such as muscle atrophy and bone loss, bone mineral density loss, immune dysfunction, cardiovascular deconditioning, spaceflight-induced neuroocular syndrome, which changes the vision of astronauts and causes deterioration of vision. All of this happens in otherwise extremely healthy individuals. And these changes are interesting. Some people like to say they appear like accelerated aging. These maladies on Earth may not necessarily be exactly the same that are experienced in astronauts, so there seem to be some differences there. But it makes studying astronaut health really interesting to people who are interested in human health on Earth and want to understand disease processes, especially because all of those changes occur very quickly in spaceflight in a very rapid fashion. And for the most part, they are reversible upon return to Earth. So the opportunity to study a disease process that happens very quickly, a disease-like process, and then reverses, that's a very interesting study area, I'll say. Now, fortunately, when astronauts go to the space station, we take very good care of them, and we're able to largely mitigate and maintain astronaut health without these maladies becoming too significant, because we employ countermeasures. These are mechanisms to help prevent these changes. So we have our astronauts exercise pretty regularly, and we provide them with nutrition. Just like on Earth, exercise and nutrition are very important. It's even more important in space. And then, so how much research are we doing on the space station? To date, the International Space Station has hosted more than 4,000 experiments from upwards of 5,000 researchers representing over 100 nations, and this is leading to new discoveries and developments every day. More than 4,500 scientific papers have been published in journals. and many of them in high-tier journals. And these are in areas of, we kind of categorize the research in areas of biology and biotechnology, earth and space science, human research, physical sciences, and technology development broadly. So now let's shift to the topic at hand, which is biomanufacturing in space. And the first topic I want to introduce is bioprinting in space. Bioprinting or biological printing uses, of course, living cells, proteins, and nutrients as the raw materials, and has the potential to be used to produce human or human-like tissues for treating injury and disease, and even one day creating potentially entire organs in space. And why space again? So we have 3D bioprinters on Earth to bioprint and to print tissues and pieces of organs, but we're limited on Earth on how thick those tissues can be printed and be viable. In general, there's kind of a rule of thumb that once a tissue on Earth is bioprinted larger than about 1 centimeter of thickness, the weight of the tissue causes some collapse. There's not enough time for angiogenesis and sufficient blood flow or diffusion to keep the tissue healthy. You can add some scaffolding into the bioprinted tissue on Earth to help give it structure, but then later on you have to go in and remove that scaffolding or remove that structure somehow. In weightlessness on the International Space Station, tissues are more free to grow and mature in 3 dimensions without much support. You can produce some very unique overhang structures that just wouldn't even be possible in micro area on Earth. You can also make the tissues, culture them, and keep them perfused long enough for angiogenesis and maturation of the tissues before you bring them back to Earth. And additionally, you can also use in microgravity very, very low, essentially, just a little more than water viscosity of your bioink, which is gentler on the cells and can produce much better results. So in the picture you see here is the biofabrication facility, and we have successfully printed a lot of test coupons with this bioprinter, including cardiac tissue, and then also very recently entire human knee meniscus or menisci were printed and brought back down to Earth for analysis. And of course, cartilage is kind of a low-hanging fruit because it does not require vascularization, but you have to start somewhere, and this is a really exciting potential. I like to say, or I like to think about, there are hundreds of thousands of people on this planet who are waiting and need an organ transplant. Imagine being able to bring that number down. Imagine being able to custom print organs with a patient's own cells, using their own stem cells, and implant, building them in space and then bringing them back for implantation down on the ground. We're a long way from being able to do that. There's regulatory issues. There's many, many issues yet to solve, but I think it's very encouraging that we're on our way to learning about how to do this. And if nothing else, if we never get there, at least we could potentially, we're not too far away from producing organs for drug development and testing here on Earth. Nanomaterials. Nanomaterials have a wide range of applications, including assembly of 3D colloids, crystallizing protein for pharmaceutical ingredients. I think Davide and Rose will talk more about that. also creating scaffolds to fabricate therapeutics and vaccines and in regenerative medicine. These materials are unique in that they're more biocompatible than current drug delivery technologies, and in-space production of these materials can create larger and more uniform outputs. So an example that's in space right now, just launched on a recent cargo flight to the International Space Station, is called DNA Nanotherapeutics Mission 2. This is a continuation of an effort to develop in-space manufacturing of nanomaterials that mimic the shape of DNA, and these materials self-assemble, and in microgravity the structure is customizable because you can give it different building blocks known as Janus-based nanomaterials, and also helps evaluate how these materials, this experiment can reduce inflammation in joints like cartilage, and can help potentially regenerate cartilage that has been lost due to osteoarthritis or other degenerative diseases. These Janus-based nanomaterials are less toxic, they're more stable, and more biocompatible with living tissues than current drug delivery technologies for cartilage. And again, the benefit of producing these in microgravity, the structures are larger, they have more uniformity and structural integrity. And so this is one area that is really interesting. Future, and this also has some space applications as well. Bioregenerative life support is something that sounds like it is only for space applications, but it is very true that the same problems that bioregenerative life support can solve in space are applicable to us here on Earth. So of course, future missions in space, when we go to the moon and Mars, when we're further away from Earth, face more unique limitations on supplies, especially when we go to Mars. It's going to be very difficult to bring all of the supplies with us. Resupply, sending new cargo vessels will become more expensive and costly and difficult the further away we are. And so using a more sustainable circular economy for life support systems is going to be really beneficial for adequate air, water, and food as well for astronaut crews. And so we have astronauts and researchers that are exploring regenerative life support systems, our environmental control systems, using living organisms for functions such as cleaning the air, generating oxygen, using waste stream to do this, so recycling, removing waste and recycling waste, and again, production of food potentially in space. Oops, didn't mean to go on yet. One example is the use of microalgae that can convert carbon dioxide into oxygen and serve as food for the crew. One example of this is Anthrospira C. This is an investigation from the European Space Agency, which tests transplanting and growing a strain of cyanobacteria, Anthrospira, in the cosmic radiation and microgravity conditions of space. Ultimately, the goal is to use photosynthesis by the microalgae to remove carbon dioxide that is generated on the space station by breathing astronauts, produce oxygen, and then provide a nutrition or a food source. This research essentially looks to design systems to successfully grow the cyanobacteria in enough quantity and quality to to do this. And for a whole space station of many people living, it could be a large quantity, but there are advantages, again, perhaps in microgravity when we have our microalgae or our bacteria producing products for us through synthetic biology. We're able to identify strains which are able to do the work more efficiently or with more throughput. And microgravity in itself is a stressor. And so new strains can be discovered, and new strains activity can be modified with a stressor. We can interrogate the system with microgravity, essentially. And I also meant to mention that with the bioprinter, the bioprinting, bioprinters can also be used to, of course, produce and manufacture food or pharmacotherapeutics, new medicines. So we're doing active investigation of all of these areas, which is really pretty exciting. Let's see. Another topic area which continues that thought, which is engineered microbes, using microgravity to test new techniques and new types of bacteria and yeast to address microbial growth and, of course, output of advanced technologies and potentially microbe-based materials, foods, and pharmaceuticals. And again, the same idea, using microgravity to interrogate the system to encourage these microbes to do work for us. One example is by a rhodium, the experiment's called Biomanufacturing by rhodium-3. It's efficient and resilient biomanufacturing in variable gravity, and it works to continue examining how the effects of microgravity affect biomanufacturing using engineered bacteria and yeast. As I mentioned, microgravity has just profound effects on living systems, which can change the efficiency of the bacteria and the yeasts. And again, let's see, this could produce food or at least supplements of nutritional supplements for astronauts. Another example is an experiment called bionutrients. Very similar concept, a series of experiments seeking to develop a method to produce on-demand nutrients in space. Producing vitamins and other nutrients in flight could help maintain the health of astronauts on long-duration missions and also reduce the burden of launch mass and launching new materials and resupply. Bionutrients, most recently, was using 3 different types of samples, yogurt, a fermented milk product, kefir, and a yeast-based beverage. The overall strategy, of course, is to one day be producing food. I don't think the astronauts were actually able to eat the products that were made in that experiment yet, but one day could help us on long duration missions. I want to briefly also address a very exciting area of stem cell research. Of course, we believe and we've seen evidence that stem cell research in space has some advantages for expanding. Well, first of all, differentiation seem to be halted in microgravity. In other words, the stem cells that are grown in microgravity retain their stemminess, which is very unique. Second, microgravity improves stem cell growth and expansion. There are a couple of experiments that have shown this. And third, we can use stem cells in microgravity for modeling disease or manufacturing tissues and possibly organs. But that disease model and I think Davide will talk more about that in the next talk, but this is really exciting because it's combining a couple of areas of science. We've got the ability to manufacture and grow stem cells in space, keep them STEMmy, keep them in space for long durations, and take advantage of the fact that in space, disease processes can develop and happen quicker. So there's an interesting synergy there that Davide will talk about next. Let's see, I think I'll leave it at that. There's a quick video that I want to show that features in-space manufacturing, and if this doesn't work, if the audio doesn't work very well, just bear with me for a moment here. Turn the volume up. Sorry, trying to make that a little bit louder.
We are not getting the audio.
Oh, dang, I'm sorry. Well, then I'll cut it short because without audio, there's not much to say there. Let me go back to presentation mode. Sorry about that. Sometimes that just audio can be tricky on these. So I think what I want to say in conclusion as I wrap up my time here is there's so many different areas of research on the space station. We're really excited to be here telling you just a high-level overview of some of the concepts and some of the possibilities and some of the exciting results that we're seeing. We're very excited to have Indian astronaut on AX-4 mission, which is coming up in like just about a month, and the research that is going to be on that mission. I think perhaps Davide will mention that. But you can follow the types of research and the mission of the International Space Station using that QR code, and we're really happy to answer any questions if you have as well. Maybe I'll take a couple of questions and then go on to Davide's presentation. Stop sharing.
Very nice presentation, and thank you for lucidly explaining what can be done on the space station. The query I have is, these organoids that you develop in the space station, when you bring them back on Earth, do they collapse or do they maintain the structure?
Davide will talk about that a little bit as well. What we've seen is that tissues and organoids, when they return to Earth, I don't think that they collapse. I think that they're able to maintain their structural integrity primarily because you can let them mature fairly well in space in incubators and allow them to grow some maturity. And so now also I'll caveat that and say that the journey home from space can be a little bit dynamic, but there's an exciting new spacecraft that is coming soon to a space station near you called the Dream Chaser, and it's a winged spacecraft that has the capability of landing on runways, anywhere on the planet essentially, and it lands like an airplane rather than a traditional space capsule, which lands either on land or in the ocean. It's still a little bit of a jarring return to Earth, but the Dream Chaser, made by one of our partners called Sierra Space, it has wings and it has a very gentle return to Earth on a runway. So We should see that flying by the end of the year, and that could be a really great benefit for biomanufactured materials. So I think for the most part, it's fine, but we're going to have an even better capability soon.
Thank you.
Very nice talk. My question is, up till now, so much of research in this direction have we really able to develop a very nice nano material or a biologicals which we think has been very useful for further research or for the people at Earth?
I missed the question there. I heard the biomaterials and nanomaterials.
Yeah. So have we able to up till now? Fine. Thank you. So very nice talk. A very interesting talk, in fact. Exciting to listen to this. So up till now, with so many research which you have shown, have we able to really develop a nanomaterial which you think will be useful for us to move forward for biomanufacturing or for even for food generations, which are good for space scientists and also for the people living at Earth?
I think what we're doing right now on the International Space Station, for the most part, is proving out new technologies and basically making a case for future demand. And both Davide and Rose are much more in tune with the current state of many of these technologies. I'm coming back to the space station from being away for a little while doing other research areas. So I'm actually not the best person to ask this question of, but perhaps even right now, Davide or Rose could interject with what is our maturity level and what steps need to be taken so that we could actually manufacture these at scale.
Thank you. Thank you.
Davide or Rose?
Yes. Hello,
Rose
everybody. I'm Rose Hernandez. I'm actually a materials scientist, so I might be able to speak a little bit about nanomaterials and nanotechnology. And indeed, I am sure that any material scientist in the room who has dealt with things like sedimentation of nanoparticles when they are fabricating and synthesizing nanoparticles, or you're attaching biomolecules to a nanoparticle, which is something we like to do a lot, have dealt with aggregation and conglomeration and things like that. And there is a lot of research at the International Space Station because these are the things that do not happen in space. So there is a lot of research. I do encourage anyone to go to the Space Station Research website, which will, it's like a Google, you can input, some keywords like nanomaterials, and you will get a list of all of the research related to nanomaterials on the International Space Station. But Liz, Dr. Warren did allude to research on DNA-like nanomaterials. So these are molecules that have a chemical structure and then assembles like a DNA strand and is able to encapsulate different therapeutic molecules, whether it is messenger RNA or other types of cargo. So there's some really great research going on.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. Thank you, Dr. Warren, for those remarkable insights on space biomanufacturing. We now welcome Dr. Rose Hernandez from the ISS National Laboratory of Florida. Dr. Rose is a Science Program Director at ISS National Laboratory, where she leads and advocates for research and development initiatives focused on applied science in advanced materials and manufacture of technologies in space to benefit the Earth, the life on Earth. With more than 28 years of experience, Dr. Rose began her career as a research scientist at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, contributing across several divisions including analytical chemistry, biotechnology, and surface and microanalysis science. Dr. Hernandez holds a PhD in material science and engineering from Peninsula State University, and today the topic of her talk is protein crystallization studies on ISS. Welcome, Dr. Rose.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for your time. And this is really exciting to be able to talk to someone all on the other side of the globe of us. So very exciting for me. Just want to check first. Do you see the presentation in full presentation mode on your end? Can you confirm?
Hello. Yes, we are able to see the presentation, and you are also clearly audible.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that introduction. And as I mentioned, I am a material scientist, so I am the non-biologist in the room. However, I started my career in biotechnology, and I work for the International Space Station National Laboratory, which is different than NASA. We work with NASA, but we're different from NASA. And that is something I want to talk to you a little bit first, because I work for the Center for the Advancement of Science in Space, which you hear the word CASES a lot. And we manage the International Space Laboratory through a cooperative agreement with NASA. And in that cooperative agreement, we get to manage exactly 50% of the U.S. allocation, and that is the up mass, the down mass, the write down, the astronaut time on the station to do research. But this research is for non-NASA mission. That means it is for the researchers on Earth in our nation to do experiments on the station that will benefit life on Earth. So everything that the ISS National Lab does is for the benefit of the people on Earth. And so I love to show you, this is the Destiny module, which is what the U.S. Congress designated as an ISS National Lab. And whenever I have the opportunity to give a talk, I always show the lab. And I don't know you guys, but I have worked in labs like this on Earth, very, very busy, but full of technology and full of, incredible, experiments and results and future. So I always show this. Now, we're here, right, to talk about microgravity. Dr. Warren talked about, why do we do R&D, research and development in low Earth orbit. In the case of proteins, we're going to the International Space Station because the advantages of microgravity. So very briefly, I don't know if you saw in my title, I am one of the leaders of the in-space production applications portfolio at the ISS National Lab. Dr. Davide Marotta, who is going to talk after me, is the other leader on that portfolio, specifically for biomanufacturing. But in this portfolio, let me see if I can get here a laser pointer. So we provide benefits to humanity through the advancement of materials and biomanufacturing, and that's the work that we sponsor in the ISS National Lab. And we're leveraging more than 50 years of microgravity research from space shuttle era to the International Space Station, and we translate that all of the learnings to advanced technologies from the subatomic, so quantum, and this is like something that I do a lot in my role in advanced materials and manufacturing, the atomic and molecular level, which is where crystal and therapeutics fall, and all the way to, the human body and macro molecular systems. So the International Space Station in this in-space production applications program seeks to fill this gap, this valley of death in technology advancement is what we are trying to help our investigators. So we do that. We take technologies from a really early state and all the way to early technology development and product development. And we help companies do that, and we help other researchers in the nation do that as well. But so where is gravity hindering a U.S. technological advancement? In this slide, I have all of my technology areas listed, right? And you'll see here, there's things that don't quite apply to this colloquium, but they are important. But from the atomic and molecular precision, like the technological advancements that we need right now requires these things. And we need to have atomic and molecular precision, not only for things like microelectronics, but also for regenerative medicine and for the more effective therapeutic treatments, which is what protein crystallization falls into. So this is where microgravity can help us advance to the next level. Now, this is a crystal growth simulation. You see on the left, the Earth, you know, how crystal growth is envisioned and on Earth, and you see on the right microgravity. And essentially in microgravity, because convection and sedimentation are reduced, this can help to prevent impurities, which are represented here in these yellow particles. It prevents impurities from being incorporated into a crystal lattice, and this leads to higher purity crystals. Now, on the next slide, I'm having issue moving this. Let me see if I can advance this way. Oh, yes. So here I have provided you with a summary of what happens during crystallization process, the protein crystallization process, both on Earth and in space. And I want to walk through some of them and keep that simulation in mind, which I still included here in the slide, so that you can keep that visualization in mind. So because microgravity leads to a reduction in convection, what happens on Earth normally is that the convection currents in the solution can disturb crystal growth. So if you were able to look with a microscope, you might be able to see that there is flow. There's a flow happening always. No matter how undisturbed a system you might think it is, there's always a flow that is happening on any system, and that can disturb the crystal growth. Imagine these really delicate crystals being formed. Now in microgravity, because we are reducing that, we have a more uniform growth. That prevents impurities from being incorporated into a lattice, and then that benefit is that we get a higher purity crystal. Now, sedimentation, right, which is when particles get big enough, large enough that they weigh, their density weighs them down, and they collapse to the bottom of your vessel. So on Earth, obviously, we see that, every day. And what happens is that the crystals and impurities, they settle to the bottom, and that's when crystal growth stops. But in microgravity, because that's negligible, it allows the crystal to continue to remain suspended in its medium and continue to grow. This leads to symmetrical growth, which also enhances the crystal size, the larger crystals, and quality. There's also microgravity is a much more diffusion-driven process, so it's more theoretical. And because in microgravity, diffusion dominates the process, is the primary transport mechanism. And that leads to a really nice orderly crystal. Whereas on Earth, convection, that flow is what dominates and just leads to really uneven crystal growth. So the benefit of this is that you get a much more well-ordered crystal structure with less defects. And this is very beneficial for the companies developing these therapeutics treatments, because you can do the X-ray crystallography studies to determine, the crystal structure and its ability to be, to have its proper target. You can have more stability of a formulation, which is very important for patients. And you can also have controlled release of that therapeutic molecule into the systems. So surprisingly, also, something that is happening in microgravity, it's that crystals might adopt a different shape or a different tertiary and quaternary structure as these proteins start coming together. And that can lead to new potential targets in the body, better bioavailability, and enhanced stability as well of the formula. That is very, very important. So during the space shuttle era and the Mir programs, because the researchers discovered that proteins could have a higher quality in microgravity, that of course, exploded in the field. And to today, more than 500 protein crystal growth experiments have been conducted on the ISS alone. And it is by far the simplest, the largest category of experiments conducted in a station. In this photo, this is the astronaut Alexander Gerst, who was conducting an experiment in 2018. The Michael J. Fox Foundation launched experiments to grow high-quality crystals of a protein that is called LRRK2, and I'm sure my colleagues know exactly what that is, which is the protein, they probably know how to pronounce it, the protein that is involved in the Parkinson disease. So this was a very important work by the Michael J. Fox Foundation, the actor, and you'll see more of that. Now, the results on protein crystal growth is so unprecedented that NASA paid for a study by Butler University to collect all of the data on all of the publications on protein crystal growth done in microgravity, macromolecules, to be more exact. And the university, this work led by Ann Wilson at the Butler University here in the United States, it's publicly available. This is right here, a publication on the analysis of that data. In the next slide, I'm going to show you actually a QR code where you can access the database, which is open to the public, where you can go and look at all of the information on the publications on protein crystal growth done in microgravity. But first, some general things about the work that they did. The analysis on all of the data that they collected showed that 90% of the crystallization data had improvement in one or more quantitative metrics. The metrics could be in size, structure, uniformity, moiety, and by removing the convections and the currents and sedimentation during crystallization growth, that enable the improved protein crystals. So of course, this enables the drug discovery, drug development, manufacturing, and et cetera in the process of product development. Now this is here, that QR code on that macromolecule crystallization data set. There's also several other publications. You already saw this one, but there's other publications that they have. And this, in addition to this database, there's other databases, one more related to inorganic materials, semiconductor, thin films, that the university is also working on. if you are interested in this work, you can contact Dr. Ann Wilson at her university email here below. And a few things, again, about history. I think I already said that protein crystal growth is by far the largest experiment type in microgravity. And here we have, this is a picture of astronaut Larry DeLucas back in 1992. And Dr. Larry DeLucas is very famous in the world of protein crystal growth. You might have heard his name. And he began his work studying 31 proteins on the Space Shuttle Columbia. Dr. DeLuca and his colleagues published a summary, a great overview of microgravity protein crystallization, which you can find in this QR code too on the Journal of Nature Microgravity. This is part of their work. And here what you see is this is the crystals of insulin and human insulin grown in space. This is the insulin grown in space. This is the insulin that will be grown, that is grown on Earth, that standard. And you can see that the scale here is the same. So you can see that the protein crystals grown in space have a much more larger crystals and uniform. Insulin is normally great standard. It's very well understood how it grows, so it is used a lot to test systems for crystal growth. And here's another also well-talked research study by Merck. Their drug Keytruda has also been studied in microgravity, and this is an example of their findings. So you can see the ground sample, the growth of crystals for this type of a molecule and ground, and this and the Keytruda from space. Now, what you want to notice here is that the microgravity samples, the crystals are very uniform, which is very important for clinical studies, for dosage, for controlling that the dose release on a patient's body. So this is a very important feature of what microgravity gives you when you do when you crystallize. This work, I encourage if you want to learn more about it, research the Merck Keytruda. They also have some more information on their website on the results of these results, as well as what led them, what they have done after this. So this is the work done in 2019, and they potentially it led them to create a new formulation for their Keytruda product for patients that suffer cancer. So this is a cancer treatment drug. And one more set of images. I'm also a microscopist, so I love imaging. Here again, we have lysozyme crystals grown in microgravity. And again, notice how homogeneous they are, the size. It's just a really beautiful and homogeneous and clear image. Here we also have the bovine insulin crystals. The ones on the left grown in space. The ones on the right, this is the Earth sample. So you can see much larger crystals grown in space as well. And now, if you just research macromolecules or protein crystallization in microgravity, you will get a lot of examples. Here is some examples. I just asked, I just put the first 20 examples that I got. So there's, like I said, there's more than 500 experiments done on the ISS National Lab. So I'm saying on the station. And so if you are interested, I just encourage you to research this. There's a lot of work in this area. And just finally, so that we can move on to some questions, just want to show you some things in the news, right? I mean, we already mentioned the work that Merck has done with that product Keytruda for cancer patients. But there's a lot of things happening as well. We have companies that are coming and collaborating. For example, BARDA announced a collaboration to improve the understanding of microgravity crystallization. The BARDA is probably the first one to have performed microgravity crystal growth of proteins on a crew vehicle as it orbit and done its reentry. We also have Redwire. It's another company. They're actually one of our implementation partners that has successfully returned now the 4th batch of pharmaceutical drug experiments, and they have partnerships with several companies that continue to do research in this area for improving their formulations and targets. And finally, again, 25 years and counting of this incredible laboratory in space. And with that, I'll take any questions.
If we have any questions, please help yourself at the podium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. It was a wonderful talk. But I have a small query regarding the same thing. So we have seen that in space, the crystal formation is more in a very orderly fashion, right? So microgravity is helping it in a more sense. So are we able to, so that knowledge are we trying to bring back to Earth and use the same instrumentation pattern so that I think air disturbances or air molecules along with the thing may be the major disturbances, because microgravity, that is the one thing which we are missing there, right? So how do we learn from that and implement on Earth, because that is more easier to do that experiment on Earth and get more answers. So what is your thought on that?
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on that. For example, the first thing we tend to say is more easier here on Earth, and that is not necessarily true, right? The amount of infrastructure that it takes to do research here and to simulate microgravity on Earth is quite expensive, right? So that is not as easy to do. But certainly the companies that are doing, and the researchers, academic researchers that are doing this work, are taking all of these learnings. They are developing, so they have received their samples. They will do X-ray crystallography to understand the crystal structure. And if they believe that there are new targets, possible targets based on the crystals that have been developed in microgravity, they will try to do the adjustments on Earth, whether it is, in the chemical composition of that molecule, so that it does achieve that confirmation and target. But in addition to that, when there's the work that, for example, Redwire, a company Redwire is doing with many of their partners, they are growing seed crystals. So there's a lot of small, tiny seed crystals are being developed, grown in space, come down, and then here the growth continues. And from that seed crystal, you can continue to grow more crystals. So it is kind of like a seed, just like a plant. And here scale up that production. And so that's the work that it's happening now behind the scenes to understand, how that can be done. So there's a lot going on, and there's still companies like Varda, for example, who are simply just, once they understand the conditions that you need to have for this type of microgravity growth, they can do this autonomously without a crew environment. And right now, it might seem like it's more difficult to do, but in the near future, we're going to see that space research and development and in space manufacturing is going to be more common and much more easier to do. So that's.
So the follow-up question, because you were talking about chemical composition of the crystals, right? So so when we are using the same kind of chemical composition on Earth and on the microgravity, and what kind of do we have any specific chemical composition what exactly now we are using in microgravity, and when we do the same experiment on Earth, what is the variation what we are getting with that kind of crystals? So for example, like I'm using only calcium based product, and I see the same thing composition between Earth, and then the percentage variation within the formation of crystals may be huge or very little, right? So how do we look upon that?
So I believe that when you have your primary structure, which is your chemistry of your molecules, secondary structure, tertiary, etc., right? And then you get your quaternary structure, which is what's going to bind to something. Then you'll have crystals grown of multiple quaternary structures, right?
Okay, yeah.
So it's like they bundle, right, and form crystals of this. And those are the crystals that eventually in the body will be released slowly, right? They release so that each one of these like bundles go and do their work. So on Earth, right? That's a good process. What is not ideal is that the crystals of many of those protein quaternary structures are of different sizes. They're not homogeneous. They're hard to do studies like X-ray crystallography, etc. So that is that's what happens on Earth. At the molecular level, on just a quaternary structure, you are still getting, microgravity is still not. Gravity is not affecting as much.
Okay.
That say 5 to sometimes 7 or 8 proteins that come together to form that, right? It is when any of them come together to form a crystal that the problem lies, and that's where microgravity helps, and that's still very important for patients. But in microgravity, they are finding that the same chemistry can deal to different structures. Now that is interesting. That is interesting, and what I encourage the audience is to stay tuned on the publications that will come out from many of the researchers right now. I can't speak to that because we have to wait for publications, but that is very interesting.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rose. Thank you.
A pleasure.
So we sincerely appreciate Dr. Hernandez's contribution to our colloquium. For our final presentation, I invite Dr. David Marotta, also from the ISS National Laboratory in Florida. David Marotta, PhD, is the Program Director in Space Biomanufacturing. Before joining the ISS National Laboratory in 2022, David worked as a scientist at the New York Stem Cell Foundation. During his time at NYSCF, his research was focused on developing advanced models of neurodegenerative diseases. He achieved this by using induced pluripotent stem cells, derived brain organoids from patients, and exploring the effects of microgravity on the development of these disease models in space. This research likely aimed to gain insights into how neurodegenerative diseases progress under altered gravity, which could also have implications for understanding these diseases on Earth. David's academic journey includes a BSc in molecular and cell biology and an MSc in biomedicine, both earned at University of Palermo in Italy. He later pursued a PhD in molecular and cell biology at University College London. Following his PhD, he conducted postdoctoral research at two prestigious institutions, the Institute of Cancer Research, where he worked in drug discovery and cancer evolution, and Columbia University, where his research centered on hematopoietic stem cells and aging. His background, along with his expertise in utilizing microgravity for studying biological processes, positions him as an accomplished and pioneering researcher in space biomanufacturing and life sciences. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And thank you also, Rose and Lise, for the beautiful presentations before me. So I'll try not to repeat everything that has been said. And if I do, I do apologize. So let me start. First of all, I thank all of you for this opportunity. It's so exciting, as Rose said, like to be, talking about space and all the science we do in space from the other side of the world. So thank you. I would like to start this presentation giving like a short historical perspective on science in orbit, and then I'll guide you through the biology and the organoids study on the ISS. So I'd like to start with this quote. Because a man must rise above Earth to the top of the atmosphere and beyond, for only then he will fully understand the world in which he lives. So we are experiencing this today. We are seeing all our scientific processes in a different way, thanks to low Earth orbit, thanks to LEO. But it's not advancing. Okay. So let's look at the first space race, a brief introduction. So the space race began in 1957 with the launch of the Sputnik 1. And at that time, let's say political prestige was driving the exploration of space. Nations competed for dominance in space technology and ideology. And the scientific breakthrough emerged only as a byproduct of this, paving the way for the biomedical research. So while the world was sending, the first tin cans in space, as I call, scientists on the side silently start to observe and study how the human body is reacting. And Liz was mentioning this. So amongst the different missions and projects, we started to look how the human body reacts during Project Mercury, Gemini, and all the way to the space shuttle. And we observed how space can be, let's say, dangerous for the human body, especially for bone loss, muscle atrophy. And we have years of experience observing those phenomena. And also an accelerating aging. So long story short, inside the scientists start to think, okay, microgravity is not the perfect environment for the humans, right? But how we can harness microgravity to accelerate discovery. So the first studies were conducted on the Skylab and on the Mir, the first rudimental, let's say, space stations. And Rose was mentioning the studies on crystal growth, one of the first breakthrough in microgravity. Those platforms offered the first glimpse on how we can harness and leverage microgravity to accelerate our own discovery in many fields, from crystal growth as we heard before, to the biological world. So after the Skylab and the Mir platforms, here we have a marvel of technology, the International Space Station that was assembled. I'm not sure you can hear the audio, but was assembled to create this amazing laboratory in low Earth orbit where we can thrive and we can advance technology in many fields. Not sure you can hear the audio as before, but there's some music in background.
No, we are enjoying the views. We are not able to hear the audio.
This platform created and is still creating a lot of scientific return of investment, let's say, for us on Earth. And you heard from Liz before all the stats of the ISS. More than 3,000 experiments, more than 5,000 researchers sent their experiment to the ISS from more than 100 countries, and we have like a lot of publications out there. More than 4,000 scientific publication in top journals. So at this point in time, when all the science was produced and start to flourish on board of the ISS, here was the necessity to establish, let's say, an organization who will manage all the science on board, and that's what Rose was mentioning before. So we work for the Center the Center of the Advancement of Science in Space, which is a non-profit organization that works in cooperative agreement with NASA, and we manage the ISS National Lab on board of the ISS. Here we having problem advancing the area. What we do is we look at LEO-based applied research and development, microgravity application. We look at new business growth and capital investment. We take, very serious the scalable and sustainable market opportunities that this could create, and we produce reoccurring value with the potential to generate demand for and the revenue from access to space. But why LEO? Like, low Earth orbit is more than just outer space. It's more than the space, around Earth. It's the launch pad for innovation. It's where gravity steps aside and let us think differently on our experiments, and discover that what we couldn't on Earth. So, because from innovation comes discovery. From discovery comes opportunities and new technologies and new knowledge. And this comes with economic opportunities and further advancement for us on Earth. So we heard before, we have three propositions, the main three propositions in space that we can harness and for our own benefit is the sustained microgravity, Dr. Warren mentioned before, the extreme conditions on the external part of the ISS, and the unique vantage point. Those three allow us to study different fields, from advanced materials we heard before to regenerative medicine, and we will go through, we will dive deep into that in a second, to the extreme testing for thermal cycling, polymer degradation, and technology demonstration, also using the unique vantage point like remote sensing, orbital services, but also climate change observation and monitoring, because think that how we can have the overview effect of the old blue marble, the old planet, and we can monitor, the movement of the current, the oceans, and all this. So let's dive into the biomedical aspect of it. So thanks to the microgravity, sustained microgravity, we were able to see how the biological processes are affected and change and accelerated. And I'll talk about this in a second. The four main, let's say, point for the biomanufacturing space and biomedical, space-based biomedical R&D is focused mainly on tissue engineering and regenerative medicine, so space-based bioreactors, for example, organ on a chip, and bioprinted organs and tissues, as we heard before. We look at stem cells, we look at reprogramming, differentiation, and automation, crystal in space, as we heard before, and we aim to manufacture those products in LEO. Tissues, cell therapy, drugs, targeted delivery. We are trying to tackle one of the major emergencies of our time, which is organ donations as well. So this is critical for our humanity. Today we need to, as I call the major disease of our time, we need to find solutions for those medical emergencies that we are living today. We heard bioprinting in space, and Liz mentioned this, and I have an example here, the meniscus that we had before, bioprinted by red wire on board of the ISS. And again, why bioprinting? Why stem cell in space, for example? So microgravity is an accelerator of conditions. What we mean by that, it means that thanks to the reduced gravity, every process in space happens faster. So faster disease modeling, faster aging. So phenotypes observable in a shorter time. But also, like we heard for the crystal growth in space, like lack of convection movement allows for a better 3D bioprinting, so a more precise geometry of your construct without sedimentation of the cells you are adding to your scaffold. And also, these allow us to overcome one of the bottlenecks we observe on Earth, which is the collapse of the structure. Think if we are bioprinting, I don't know, a vascular scaffold, for example, a vascular structure. On Earth, it's impossible. This will collapse. But we have researchers in the United States. They are working on vasculature on the ISS, bioprinted. And then, it's incredible to see how microgravity allows us for new dimensionality of those structures. I mentioned before, let me go back a second. I mentioned before stem cells. So stem cells, we are looking at three major points here: the reprogramming part, the differentiation, and the automation. Now, let me say that reprogramming on Earth, it's decent. We can do it. I used to work at the New York Stem Cell Foundation, and we had a fully automated reprogramming system. So looking at reprogramming in orbit, it's in order to allow the scalability that we were talking before, to render the process more efficient and more scalable, especially for bioprinting. Because think of, I don't know, you need to print a patch for liver tissue that has to be transplanted in patients, right? You need a lot of cells up and down from Earth to the space station and vice versa. But if we are able to reprogram our cells on board of the station, that will be the feeder of our bioprinting machines. Though that's one of the goals that we are looking at the moment, like how we can make this more scalable in space. Another point is differentiation, because on Earth, every stem cell biologist know that differentiation is the most critical part in working with stem cells. So the yield is very low. You have misdifferentiation in your population, and that could be a problem, especially if we are thinking of cell therapy, cell transplant after differentiation, where we are looking at performing differentiation in orbit and how microgravity can help with the quality of our final product. And also automation, because one day we want to be able to produce this bioproduct in complete, fully autonomous way, especially looking at NASA goal for deep space exploration. Think of, Mars journey, a journey to Mars. It's going to take several months, and for any medical emergencies, the crew cannot go back to Earth, get fixed and go back on their journey. So, but this is NASA goal. Our goal at the ISS National Lab, it's terrestrial benefit. So everything we do in low Earth orbit, it's for, to improve the quality of life on Earth. Let me advance. So we talked about organoids and why organoids in space. Historically, scientists and stem cell biologists start to work with organoids, putting together those 3D structures and start to model like tissue and organs. But there was a problem with the 3D-dimensionality of the model. And then we start to observe that those organoids in space were resembling closer the clinical feature of the human body for different diseases, especially, let's say, tumor, cancer research, neurodegeneration. And this was a breakthrough. This was like what made me personally transition from the lab to the space side fully, because I've been working on neurodegeneration for many, many years, and people before me for at least 200 years, they tried to tackle the problem and develop drugs and solutions and countermeasures against those diseases without any striking results, really. But when I start sending the brain organoids in microgravity, I start to see the reactivation of many pathways that can be really druggable. It can be useful for drug discovery. So for new compounds that we can, use for therapy here on Earth. So microgravity removes confounding gravitational forces. So you remove these force and you uncover new possibilities. Enables also formation of larger and more complex 3D structures that better mimics physiological conditions of tissues in the human body, but also allows you to recreate the microenvironment, especially if we look at cancer research. The niche, the microenvironment of your tumor, or the niche and microenvironment of the bone marrow, which is another problem that we have here on Earth, how we can study bone marrow cancer or hematopoiesis problems without the niche is almost impossible. And scientists have been trying to solve this problem for many years. But now, thanks to microgravity, thanks to space, we are finding solutions. And Dr. Warren said before, it's still slow. We are still facing many roadblocks and difficulties, but we are learning and we are making things happen. We are driving the next chapter of innovation. But why this matters on Earth, as I said before, there are more physiologically relevant models for diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer, improved drug discovery and toxicity testing, especially if we think of organs on a chip, like literally a plastic cover slip, what I call, and you can put your organoids, and you can also create an organ, a body on a chip, because you can put brain, heart, and your cancer tumor organoids, and you can study the effect of the drugs on your tumor, but also you can study toxicities on the other tissues, for example. So, and also we are observing and paving the pathway to a faster path to personalized medicine using patient-derived organoids for neurodegeneration and for cancer. Now I'll give you some examples. I'll be brief on these. For example, we have on station like an amazing study, Cardinal Heart, so-called, a helping hand for heart. The goal was to investigate how microgravity affects human heart function at the cellular and tissue levels, with a focus on aging, mitochondrial health, and therapeutic interventions. The mission was launched on board the SpaceX 26, and the PI, the scientist, was Dr. Joseph Wu from Stanford. So this was a critical project because thanks to Cardinal Heart, nowadays we have other projects. They're still looking at cardiac tissue development, but also cardiotoxicity from chemotherapeutic, for example. And we have a project that will be on board kind of soon-ish, from Cedars-Sinai, looking exactly at the cardiotoxicity. Then let's look at brain organoids. Why brain organoids in space? Brain organs are lab-grown, let's say, mini brains. They're sent to the ISS. Different groups did. Motri Lab from UC San Diego, the National Stem Cell Foundation, and also this company, Sachi Bio. Remember Sachi Bio, I'll say something in a second. We observed, and the pictures you see here is actually from my studies, a faster neural maturation and aging simulation. The neural maturation wasn't the only thing that I observed, was also a reactivation of gliogenesis. So the reactivation of the genesis of the other brain cells, which are not neurons, but they are fundamental for the function of our brains, like astrocytes, oligodendrocytes. And the most interesting part and innovation in this model, when I started back then to send to work with brain organoids on board of the ISS, was the inclusion of the immune component, the microglia. So why many drugs failed before in neurodegeneration is exactly that, is because the main difference between the murine model, the rodents model, and the human model was the immune system, the microglia. The microglia in mice and humans works completely different, and we didn't know until 3 years ago now. So this was the innovation, including the immune component, and now we have immune component added also for studies on cancer research, because those cells, they really affect the drug response in your model and in the organism. So let me go back. Someone was asking before from the audience, like results, and we were talking about materials and Rose answer. But also we are observing now, we are collecting and harvesting results from the biological side, especially two projects. One is focused entirely on cancer, different type of cancers, and they were able to develop a new drug in just 10 days in orbit, just because, as I mentioned before, microgravity is an accelerator of condition, and you can observe your phenotype in lesser time. They were able to develop this drug to observe the effect of the drug in 10 days. And now they are starting phase 1 clinical trial with FDA, I think at the end of May, if I'm not mistaken. Also, Sachi Bio, this company based in Colorado, they developed a new technology, which is a kind of RNA messenger, like COVID vaccine inspired technology, where they can tackle diseases like cancer, glioblastoma, but also neurodegeneration. They uncovered common pathways on both on those diseases that can be targeted by their technology. In this case, the FDA asked them to skip phase 1 and go directly to phase 2 clinical trial. So we are starting to see the results, and for how many years, like, we have been chasing like a good resolution for neurodegeneration, like for many, many years. This is very promising. The results acquired so far are really robust, and I'm looking forward to see the results from the clinical trials as well. Another thing that we need to think, and we are working on it from the ISS National Lab perspective, is the creation of standards. Creation of standards to protect our community of biomedical scientists, and give legitimacy to the research in LEO. So we are looking at the adaptation of terrestrial standards to space. Existing standards for Earth-based manufacturing require adaptation for space application. That will look at interoperability, so standards enable different organizations and systems to work together, because working together creates the strength for the innovation. And the importance of collaboration, exactly this, the industry to shape the standards, ensuring they meet diverse needs and create sustainability also for biomedical research in space. Ensuring quality control of our research in space, safety and efficiency. And these efforts are made by different organizations, including us and other institutions across the United States. This is very important for me to highlight, because at this moment in time where this is a new field and is growing exponentially, so we need to make sure we have standards and we have guidelines and we protect the community, like ISSCR is for the stem cell community. I don't know if you're familiar with the work of ISSCR, but back then they created the infrastructure and the ecosystem for a flourishing stem cell biology community around the world. So what we are looking to do at the ISS National Lab and in my everyday job is also this: enabling access to the platform, making sure we have good quality science, but also creating the community for the future. Liz was mentioning Dream Chaser, the new spaceship, let's say, that will drive the future. And this is not the only one. We will have new platforms going up, new stations, because in 2030, we know the ISS will be decommissioned, but we look at the continuity of science. So we need to move. It's going to be like a moving day. We're going to move all the science and knowledge that we acquired in 25 years from, and more, if we look at Mir and Skylab and the space shuttle era, from the ISS to the new platforms. So, and this requires the effort of the whole community. We also look at the education part, so workforce development, because we want to ensure that the future generation have skilled scientists able to, to keep this field alive. And another thing that the field is talking is a new generation of astronauts as well, where the astronauts are mainly scientists, material scientists, biology scientists, medical scientists, and they can actually do hands-on experiments with minimal guidance, let's say. So at the moment, we are harnessing microgravity to create a new revolution, the fourth industrial revolution. And if we look at the humanity timeline, we harnessed temperature, pressure, vacuum, and we adapted to our own needs. You know, temperature, melting metals, pressure for the steam power, vacuum for the digital age, and microgravity. We are harnessing these for the fourth industrial revolution, where we will produce solutions in space for biomedical and advanced material to make our life better on Earth. As I mentioned before, ISS National Lab, our mission is looking at Earth. Every day we look at how we can make our life better here in this planet. This is mentioned in my book, where you can find a brief history of what I've said and the perspective and the future. And if you're curious about the data of any experiment we have on board, please follow us, issnationallab.org, and we also have the publication Upward, which is really cool magazine with all the latest data from each mission, and it's free to download, so you have the PDF version. And then Spot the Station, if you want to see the station passing by. And I saw once, and I highly recommend, because that was mind-blowing to see this star passing so fast. I think that's the station. So it was very thrilling to see. And thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for listening. And please, if you have any question, do not hesitate. Thank you.
Very fascinating talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. So my query here is the scaffold which you use to create brain organoids under the microgravity condition, were they similar which we use in the experimental condition in our laboratory, or you made some alterations in that?
The brain organoids don't have scaffold. So the cells organize in 3D by their own, let's say naturally, right? What we did back then and how the scientists are doing is producing spheroids, first of all, on Earth, very small, and then they add those spheroids, they contain neurons, astrocytes, oligodendrocytes, and then they add microglia with different ratios to mimic the brain, the human brain condition, and then they send to the ISS, where actually they grow in size, they become bigger, and when they're back, they can do all the analysis. They come back alive, some of them, or some they're fixed, depend on the outcome of the studies, the analysis you want to do post-flight. But if we look at the brain organoids, the alive one, upon return, they don't die, they're still alive, they thrive, they're still growing, they're absolutely beautiful. But yeah, we don't use scaffold for brain organoids. And one of them advantage of microgravity is we don't need a scaffold in microgravity, because whatever you do as a naturally 3D structure, they do not collapse upon return. And that was, I think, one of the questions before as well.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Bye.
Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. David. I have one small question regarding this. So basically, when you say we have brain organoids or any of these things, right, we'll be very much interested what is happening to the gene expression, right, at transcript level. So
yeah,
how, when we say that when we take these cells to the microgravity, the growth is getting enhanced, that is that we are trying to make it better. So are we looking, like for example, if I take cancer cells and try to look upon, the cancer cells or become more cancerogenic, or it is the growth can be controlled in that sense? How do we like to differentiate on that? Got my question? So basically when we see the cells which are growing prolifically, we say it a cancer, right? So when there, that means the gene expression is going very high through transcript profiling and all, right? So now we are trying to look upon same thing, cancer cells or the normal cells, the gene expression is again enhancing in microgravity, right? So how do we pinpoint?
How we differentiate?
Yeah, how do we differentiate?
No, that's a good question. So brain organoids, let's see, as I said, like we have a reactivation of genesis, which is not uncontrolled, it's controlled.
Yeah.
So you don't see a cancerous phenotype on those cells. You know, you see just more mature neurons and the creation of more glia cells, for example. Now, what you said about cancer is true, because the UC San Diego were studying the cancer stem cells within the core, and those are factor. They are active. So and they say, okay, how can we stop this? That's why they were able to compress everything in 10 days, because they saw this proliferation on the tumor model, and then they were able to study the effect of the drug on the core, on the cancer stem cells. But there is a difference between at gene expression level. There is a difference between the cancer organoids and, for example, other organoids, because on the cancer organoids you see all the disorganized gene expression, P53 problems, all the oncogenes, or whatever type of cancer you have. In the brain organoids, I speak for the brain organs, more directly experienced with that because I was doing transcriptomic firsthand on those. You see like a normal gene expression. It just faster and reactivated. Some pathways that were silenced on Earth, but they're not dangerous. They're just useful for the maturation of your organoids and uncover new pathways that can be druggable, and you can try to tackle different phenotype of your neurodegenerative process. I don't know if it makes sense. And now, when I was observing this, wait, this is not possible. But then I remembered my old professor at University of Palermo in Italy of developmental biology, and I never understood what he meant until I started to work with space. So he said to us during a lesson, I was 19, I think, years old, so a long time ago, and he said, okay, think that millions of years of evolution happens in 9 months. Everything is accelerated. I said, okay, I was a student, like, who cares? That was funny. But now I understand. And where this acceleration happened, it's in water as well.
Yes.
That's buoyancy free. It's like microgravity. So something happened there is a theory or an idea around, that hasn't been tested yet, that microgravity could affect the accessibility of the genes because of the wrapping of the DNA around the histones, but we really don't know. So there is something in the genome that changed in terms of some genes are more accessible than others, but we don't know. Maybe it's more relaxed. We don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a different. You see the disease activation and you see the physiological activation, just to push the maturation of your tissue or brain organoids or whatever organoids you have.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. David. Yeah.
You're welcome.
So we are grateful to Dr. Daniel for that comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have representatives from RSAT Space Technologies to share their work and vision. So RSAT Space Technology is pioneering the future of space-based research, harnessing the unique environment of microgravity to drive groundbreaking innovations in pharmaceuticals, material science, and biotechnology. With a mission to enable life-saving therapeutics and advanced scientific knowledge, they are dedicated to making space research accessible to every scientist and innovator. So I welcome Mr. Daniel and Mr. Dhanraj.
Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at the very end of the day. I know you're all tired, and I don't want to drag on my message for long, but I'll just keep it simple and nice. We are a space tech company specializing in development of scientific payloads for fostering pharmaceutical and biomedical experiments. Our capabilities are turnkey solutions in designing and developing different kinds of scientific payloads. Launch support, where we have partners both for low Earth orbit missions as well as ISS missions and suborbital flights both in India and globally. Mission operations, where our payloads are designed to autonomously run the experiments and stream the data down. And post-mission deliverables, where we focus on sample retrieval and the comprehensive data analysis that we can provide back to our clients itself. So the core technology, what we have is known as AidLab. AidLab is a satellite platform with experimental chambers known as Space Microincubator and Space Fluidic Platform, those two chambers which you see on the bottom right screen. Across those chambers, we can run a variety of experiments, fluidic experiments, protein crystallization, 3D cell culture research, plant growth studies. And the flight computer systems, the sensor suite, data acquisition systems, they all have a successful space heritage. We have designed it, developed, and flown on 2 space missions already in the last 2.5 years. And diving a bit more detail into what the technology looks like, it's in the form of a CubeSat form factor, 1U CubeSat at its most basic standard level, weighing about 1 kilogram. And each of those chambers can run different kinds of experiments on the same platform itself. And this is not just the fixed allocation, it's modular, it's scalable, and you can plug in different kinds of complex experiments as well. And is easily designed to be integrated onto a suborbital platform like a POEM mission, or plugging it into a low Earth orbit satellite as a hosted payload, or sending it to the ISS itself. The microincubator has cameras with 400 to 800x magnification factor, which can move in X-ray direction. It's packaged with microfluidic chips. Those chips enable us to run these experiments autonomously because that's where we host the samples and fluids. And then there's a standard set of sensors which give information about the experiments, and there's also experiment-specific sensors which are also packaged within the platform. The fluidic platform itself, in addition to the list of capabilities, what I mentioned earlier, it has a microfluidic network with reservoirs and pumps, which can enable more complex fluidic experiments, more focused on drug discovery, drug delivery, and chemical research, whereas the microincubator is focused more on organic 3D cell culture research, organoids, as well as protein crystallization. This means there are particular sectors that we can directly touch: the biomedical sector, the human healthcare, and microbial systems. And in our traction so far, we see a lot of progress in the biomedical sector itself, whether it's regenerative medicine, protein crystallization, nanotherapeutics, and organ on a chip. And that's where we are having more detailed conversations, and that's where we are getting clients as well. End-to-end service, how it looks like is we work with our prospective clients on understanding what their research proposal is. Then from then onwards, we undertake the regulatory approval, accountability, in-house designing and development of the satellite payloads, scheduling the rocket launch, launching the satellite payload on a particular flight, streaming the data down, and sample retrieval post-mission, and giving the samples back and the data back to our clients so that they can carry on with post-mission analysis and derive project outcomes out of it. So naturally, there are three different types of launch opportunities, whether suborbital flight, ISS missions, and low Earth orbit missions. It's the suborbital flights that we have tested and proven this technology in the past 2.5 years. ISS missions and low Earth orbit missions are right on our radar, and I'll touch on it a bit later. Naturally, the most critical factor between these three different types of missions is the microgravity time. You get 7 to 10 minutes on suborbital flights, on particular launch flights if you're taking it from Europe. You get 14 days on a POEM mission for sure. You have 3 to 6 months flight time on an ISS mission and 6 to 12 weeks on a low Earth orbit mission as well. So we talked about microgravity all this time, and gravitational force is the dominant factor why there are these particular limitations in the pharmaceutical sector, whether it's masking of delicate cellular processes, inability to study 3D cellular interactions, fluid dynamics and sedimentation affecting how distribution of nutrients and gases affect the experiment reproducibility and accuracy, protein crystallization, which is a well-known effect, limitations in studying space-specific adaptations, whether it's genetic changes, physiological changes, muscle atrophy, osteoporosis. Those are not replicable on Earth, but those are easily attainable in space. And influence on mechanotransduction, where cytoskeletals and extracellular matrix changes in their form factor. Known effects: cell shape, fluid dynamics, gene expression, protein production, microgravity induced stress. These are known effects and validated from 40 plus years of scientific research conducted by different space agencies, including NASA, Roscosmos, JAXA, and others. On the pharmaceutical sector, these are the few areas where we see a direct benefit, whether it's in protein crystallization, API production, fluid dynamics, vaccine development, biological reactions, cellular behavior. In these particular areas, if you take out the factor of gravitational forces, you see a direct, almost a direct correlation on the benefits that can be attained from it itself. Worldwide, the pharmaceutical experiments which have been conducted in the ISS, they can be put into these specific areas, whether it's protein crystallization, tissue engineering, aging and neurodegenerative diseases, gene expression, regenerative medicine, microbiome, antibiotic resistance, fluid dynamics, biomanufacturing, as well as space-based pharmaceutical manufacturing. And naturally, the last 27 years or so, nearly 4,000 experiments have been conducted in the ISS, out of which 45% is focused on the life science industry alone, whether it's industrial partners or universities coming on board. The major players in microgravity research, whether it's Merck, Novartis, Amgen, AstraZeneca, or whether it is space agencies like NASA, ESA, DLR, and universities as well. These are the major players when it comes to microgravity research in pharmaceutical and biomedical sectors aboard the ISS itself. Simple case studies like Keytruda. It's a well-known success story of microgravity, where you can see the crystals which were generated on Earth, and you can see the crystals which were generated in space, and that directly enabled them to develop investigate drug formulations which can be injectable like a syringe than over an IV drip, which is how these drugs in their cancer category function. That enabled them, these types of drug formulations enables 44% savings in time, 77% savings in staff costs over IV delivery. And naturally, Keytruda has been a big success story, $20 billion revenue size on an annual basis, and 54% market share. And this is not an old drug, it's fairly new, in the last 5 to 7 to 10 years itself, less than 10 years. Microquin, crystals in space and crystals on Earth. And these were their own words itself. These particular protein was very difficult to synthesize or crystallize on Earth, and it saved them 5 to 8 years of research time. I picked out right from the quote itself, and they were able to develop new types of drug leads for ovarian, breast cancers, traumatic brain injury, and it enabled them to make rapid progress in understanding cellular cancer biology. Stem cells, we had wonderful speakers talking about it before. In comparison to Earth-grown stem cells, the cells grown in space, they are vastly accelerated proliferation, uniform growth. The differentiation is improved with higher efficiency and quality, and the fidelity data on cellular response is very different to how it's on Earth itself. And these guys, like Cedar Sinai, that research institute, are looking to do biomanufacturing of stem cells henceforth. They have done a number of stem cells experiments in the previous few years. They are now looking to do biomanufacturing, small-scale biomanufacturing in space. Stanford School of Medicine has similarly as well. There's Amgen, who has done a different strategy. What they did is they took the drug therapy that they developed on Earth, and this particular therapy was focused on osteoporosis, bone loss. So in space, bone losses are extreme, and as a result, they decided, hey, if the bone loss is extreme and natural in space, maybe we should test this drug therapy on the mice which are grown in space, and to see the efficacy of the drug. And that became a successful strategy, and they were able to bring out that drug known as Prolia, which is a widely used treatment for osteoporosis, and it significantly reduces the risk of new spine fractures by 68%. So Amgen did like that. Instead of developing a new drug therapy in space, they developed it on Earth and tested it on the mice in space. UCLA did the similar thing as well. They took their protein-based therapy on Earth and tested it on the mice in space. They filed new patents, and they are now looking to develop a new type of osteoporosis treatment on it too. Colgate, the toothpaste that most of us at least use, they did an ISS experiment in 2021, I believe, where they were interested in investigating the formation of biofilms. And they took saliva and 3 different kinds of bacteria and tested it on the growth of the bacteria in microgravity. They haven't released the results of what happened. It's kept in commercial confidence, but it's an example of where companies are looking to look in a different paradigm shift to investigate new types of details for improving their improving the product development on Earth. Bioserve did something similar, microbial study as well. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm just bringing out some case studies on successful studies on microgravity research, enabling new types of therapeutic and product development. So this is where we are currently focused on inviting interested universities and industry partners on working with us on a mission to the ISS. Why ISS? Because we wanted to have the payload samples back and give it to the concerned customers on doing post-mission analysis. That's the main reason. And we have been privately reaching out to different institutions and universities, both in different parts of India. And as a result, I do want to give a snapshot of what it would look like when we collaborate. Let's say we want to do a microbial research experiment in space as a hypothetical project. Then on the experiment definition phase, we would select what type of microbial strain, what are the experiment-specific systems to monitor them, what's the growth conditions required to grow them, and how we're going to cryogenically preserve them and bring them back. Once this information is conceptualized and understood between us and the client, then we would re-engineer the existing payload to run that particular experiment, including specific engineering systems to enable the growth of those microbial systems, whether it's fluidic systems, imaging monitoring systems, power and data management and transmission, whatever it might be. After that, the payload development cycle and the engineering, biological experiment ground studies happen on a side-by-side, where we mainly focus on the payload concept, prototype development, systems integration, flight, hardware test. And our clients will be focusing more on the experiment concept, biological validation, ground studies, and pre-launch finalization as well. So both scientific and engineering processes run side by side. Following that, we'll be looking to put the samples in cryogenic freezers about 72 to 48 hours before launch, and then integrating on the SpaceX Dragon capsule 24 hours before launch, where as part of our engagement, naturally we want to have a ground unit and a flight model unit as well on the payload hardware deliverables. Why is because we want to compare the differences, run these experiments on Earth, run the same experiment in space, and see the differences in the performance of the in the behavior of the cells itself. And so that can give us a comparison factor. Did these changes we see in microgravity is due to microgravity or if something else? And the ground unit and the flight unit both will be very identical. The capsule containing the payload is launched with the rocket, sent it to the ISS, docked with the ISS, where the astronauts will take the payloads out, and just as it shows on the illustration there, it will be integrated into something known as the ISS Express Rack, and that Express Rack gives continuous power and data streaming capabilities. So as long as our payload is plugged into the Express Rack, we have a capability of streaming down data on an hourly basis. This is the arrangement we have with a commercial partner who's facilitating the ISS mission from the US. Hourly basis, we can stream down data where cellular information, biological information, those sensor data can be streamed down and appear on a dashboard, which looks like this. And of course, we can have images and videos of the cells coming in on an hourly basis as well. So that's the in-orbit phase of the project. And then naturally, after the mission is complete, the Dragon capsule, it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere and lands on the coast of Florida, where the entire project, it looks in high-level three phases: ground phase, space flight phase, and post-mission phase. On the ground phase, it's about 7 to 9 months. Space flight phase is about 1 month, and because we want to maximize the amount of time we get for microgravity exposure. And then post-mission is where we bring the samples back down, and there's an opportunity whether we conduct the experiment post-mission analysis in laboratories here in India itself, or if it's too complicated to bring them back due to any regulatory permits, we may look to even conduct them in US laboratories itself. That's something which we are working towards, and we are looking to announce it officially soon. But yeah, naturally, I just wanted to put it out there as something we are currently working on as part of our projects itself. The emerging future is this: the in-space manufacturing market, and microgravity R&D began in 2005 as a commercial market worth about $10 billion. With how things are moving, fiber optics, solar materials, batteries, ISM, the e-mobility materials, these are new types of materials which are looking to be manufactured in space in different sizes, and naturally in-space manufacturing for terrestrial benefits, but in the future, in 20 years' time, you would have in-space manufacturing for space benefits. So that's where the path looks like in 20 to 40 years' time. Here is something which we are looking to do as part of the ISS mission, as part of in-space manufacturing, is we do a particular type of protein crystallization experimentation. And we want to take that purified sample, send it to the ISS, real-time monitor it, and work with particular pharma clients in India. We are incorporated in Hyderabad, so we want to work with pharma companies in Hyderabad to investigate on API production and how it can help support their R&D cycles on Earth itself. And that also is something in the background. We are developing a bioreactor as it's in design phase. It's not anywhere near ready yet, but we can use our existing platform to do some simple experiments and scale it up to a bioreactor phase in the future. Long journey. It's a big vision for us to eventually see the Gaganyaan mission and the Bharatiya Antariksha Station coming online too. A pathway for us between now and then is to leverage whatever opportunities we have, whether it's ISS missions or whether it's payload return, commercial stations which are bringing the samples down. We want to leverage it and get our ecosystem ready for the Gaganyaan missions, which are going to happen in a couple of years, as well as the Bharatiya Antariksha Station, which will happen in about 10 years' time, hopefully, 10 years or less. In the meantime, opportunities are still available, and that's where we want to highlight with whoever is interested. These are some of our team members. Myself and Srushti, who's on the right, we worked together previously as well. So I did my master's in aerospace engineering in Australia, in Adelaide, where this entire technology concept was my master's thesis, along with my classmate. And then post my degree, I and my classmate, he's from Andhra Pradesh, I'm from Kerala, we started a company known as ResearchSat, which does exactly what RSAT does, payload development for pharmaceutical biomedical research, and that's where we develop the core technology, run it on different suborbital flights, had a few industrial clients from Australia itself, and that's what we're bringing to India to immediately make it accessible for our Indian ecosystem itself, because why should India be behind in the globally itself? So Srushti works from Nagpur, and in ResearchSat in Adelaide, I function as the Chief Technology Officer, but here I'm taking more on a senior role. There's Rahul and Ernest, who is here with me as an operating officer. And there's Dr. Suresh Pusala, who's a pharmaceutical scientist coming on, who's on board as an advisor, Dr. Anu, who's a cancer biologist, and Dr. Lavanya Sri, who is a translation research and strategy officer as well. So thank you for listening, and hope you got to know a bit more about us.
So, do you have any system where small animal can be kept in microgravity condition for doing the further research, how they behave and all these things?
Putting mice or small animals?
Yeah.
We actually inquired about it. The problem is the cost will easily go into a few millions to send mice up. And there are very few players who still have the infrastructure or the process in place. So it's a restrictive option at the moment. So actually, one of our interested universities in Tamil Nadu, they inquired about it. Hey, can we send mice? And I went and asked our commercial partner in the US, who is facilitating the ISS mission. He said, "Oh, like a microgravity simulator." Yeah. We do have, and we have not commercialized it, but we do have it in house. We do it for our own projects itself as a 3D clinostat. Yeah, we do have it. I developed it in Adelaide as part of our initial project before we did the payload mission. But then, as soon as the payload technology matured, we just kept it on the side and focused on the payload technology.
They have collected the samples at saliva samples at microgravity level. What is the success rate of biosensors? Because they can, instead of doing core research in biotechnology research like heart tissue, regenerative tissue, what is the role of biosensor? Is there any success rate of that biosensor?
With respect to saliva?
Related to saliva, blood test, all, because what are the role of biosensor?
With respect to the Colgate experiment, I actually don't know, because they haven't released any information on what happened, on what commercial effect it is. If you're talking about our sensors...
Because if biosensor can speed up the heart rate or can speed up the other, because even you can use many biosensors that can help to person move on Earth. So that technology cannot be applied in microgravity level? Just my question is like that.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the question properly. So if you're asking whether those sensors can be...
If biosensor can help in, you can say, Parkinson diseases and many other diseases, can it be applied in microgravity level?
Absolutely. It can be applied. And
is there any test there in space so far or nothing?
Yeah, there are companies who have developed different kinds of biosensors for those specific aspects itself, and naturally you also want to take into consideration the aging factor and these things. Those complicate. It speeds up some of these performance characteristics. But yeah, it is definitely it is definitely doable, and several companies have done it. Our competitors have done it as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dhanraj and RSET for briefing us about what RSET is doing in space biomanufacturing and technology. So, as we come to the conclusion of this enlightening colloquium, distinguished guests, eminent scientists, and dear participants, it's been an extraordinary day of learning, collaboration. On behalf of organizing committee, I extend our profound gratitude to the director of ICGEB for hosting and supporting the visionary event, the representative from Isro and DBT for sharing their collaborative initiatives, our esteemed Indian scientists, Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Ramnathan, and a team from RSET Space Technologies, Professor Jarinsky from ESA for joining us from Dresden, our NASA colleagues, Dr. Varen, Dr. Hernandez, and Dr. Marota, who made special arrangements and participants despite their different time zones. Special thanks to Dr. Pawan Chatur and his team for tireless efforts that made this event to a success. and thanks to Mr. Rais also for his supporting efforts. The technical team for ensuring seamless communication across continents, all the participants from ICGEB, from different institutes who have come from a long way and been here for a full day. Thanks to you for joining us. The supporting staff who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, and the Colloquium has successfully created a platform for international dialogue on space biotechnology and biomanufacturing. We hope the connections made today will foster new collaborations and accelerate research in the exciting frontier. Thank you. This concludes our Space Biotechnology Colloquium. We wish all a pleasant evening. Thank you so much.